Hello and welcome. It's Tales of Sunfall, Episode 1, The Golden Woods. Hello, everybody. Thank you all for your immense pool of patience. I appreciate you sticking around for this long and allowing me to get everything set up. I appreciate it from the very bottom of my soul, so thank you. Hello! If you are new here, greetings. I'm the Crown DM. I am a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games set in his own homebrew world. This current campaign is taking place in our western continent of Tyros, a place some of you may already be familiar with. As well, this campaign or this adventures or series of adventures are a test, so to speak. A means of filling a current gap due to some real-life situations. Our Dawn of Enrolure game is currently on hold until those situations are resolved. Until then, we have this new game to sort of fill the gap. If, however, this game proves to be a fun one, an enjoyable one, then we will see about potentially making it our 3rd campaign. As many of you are aware, as many of you are from there, we have a guest or a player who is joining us, who previously I have been able to hang out with but not play D&D with. We now have Somersault joining us as one of our players. And as we are getting situated, we might be inviting another guest, 2 potential guests, as we figure things out. So, hello and welcome. Let's see. Nuclear Winter, thank you very much for the 13 months, brother. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. My God, a whole year. I love you, brother, but my God, buy me a new monster because I think I drank it all while waiting. I'm sorry, Ellen. I apologize. Perfect. Fantastic. Okay. The images I was waiting for have been presented to me. And with that, I believe we're ready. Hopefully. We'll see. I want to apologize beforehand. This is a sort of rougher start. It is a little short notice, so I do apologize for the quality of the some of the maps that are presented, and if I stammer or sort of struggle with some beats, I'm still sort of getting a feel for everything with this 3rd game. So hopefully you will afford me some patience so I can work through it. Rozzy, thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much for the 13 months. Hopefully you're doing good, homie. And Real Life Frogger, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you for the biddies. Take your time. Thank you, Biff. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's go ahead. I'm going to save these images real quick. That way I have them available to me. And we're going to go through. We're going to get introduced to our players. I will let you know that the art you see, some of it is permanent, some of it is not. As always, with the start of these games, things will be adjusted, rules will be changed, mechanics will be introduced. This game, for example, will not start with it, but will be introducing the stress mechanic, as this game will borrow very heavily from the Darkest Dungeon series. Stress, virtues, afflictions, needing special equipment and the like, this game will have it. So a little bit harder in terms of survivability, but I have faith in the players. After all, you'll see their stats, and we'll introduce a little bit of how it all breaks down. Okay. With that out of the way, we're going to go ahead and we're going to transition over. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything works. Okay. So, welcome. You will notice behind me a black liminal space, a void, bereft of life and words. You, the lovely chatters, every time you talk, it will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. The void opens at a new time. You will also notice we have a new overlay for the new game. An updated one, thanks to the lovely Momo. I think it looks fucking gorgeous. It looks amazing. Toby, thank you very much for the 13 months, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, TPK first episode? Hopefully not. You'll also notice in the top right above the chat, or above the text for rolling, you'll notice that there's a banner up there. That banner is going to be changing or being interchanged as the party do things. If the party starts finding themselves leaning towards a more good aligned party, that banner will start starting to sort of fix itself. And it also represents who they're working with. If the party starts doing some more dastardly, some more nefarious things, that banner will start getting torn up, start being a little burned around the edges. Without further ado, let's go ahead and let's get introduced to our players.
It's amazing.
Hello, everybody.
And so I was out there, barbecue sauce on my titties.
Indeed, I've been there before.
Yes.
Then what happened?
And you just start rolling around and it feels real great, man.
Yeah, but how did it end up on them in the first place?
I'll tell you when you're older.
Oh, fuck.
Hello,
The A1.
gamers.
Her.
Oh, yeah, the stream.
Yeah, the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hello,
That
chat.
thing that we're doing.
All right. Boy, oh boy. The start is always the most nerve-wracking thing. So, you guys ready to jump into it?
Scared.
Are you?
I'm gonna shit myself, dude.
My stomach feels funny.
I'm gonna shit. I already told my chat I had butterflies earlier.
Same. I also have butterflies. Is Momo here?
I am moisturized and unbothered. Let's go.
There she
Perfect.
is.
Then I guess it's only fair that we get introductions out of the way. I'm going to read you a little excerpt. A little sort of thing to set the scene, as it were. We're then going to go down the line, and you are going to introduce your character. You're going to describe your character and what you're playing. And we're going to go down the line in hopefully a role play and thematic way. Give me a moment. In the land of Tyros, in the land of kings, lays the territory of the Etimor. Once belonging to the cruel giant kings and his ilk, the land has been transformed and shaped by man, becoming the home of the venerable Warden family, House Ashford, and its many vassals. This land of legend is no stranger to strife, but the same cannot be said for its people. While some cut their teeth on war, others have grown complacent and soft. In a land where might makes right and honor is above all else, there are some who've forgotten their Tarosi ways. Corruption brims beneath the very soil these slavering nobles and heroes would call home, ignorant to the ever-twisting chaos that seeks to claim their home for itself. You, however, you strangers of some repute, find yourself amidst them, not yet tested against the claws which dare to tear down the walls of this realm. But perhaps you're just what this land needs. Will you rise above it all and pull Tyros from the deluge of darkness that seeks to swallow it? Or will you fall like the setting sun? We find ourselves here in Sunbell on the 20th of dawn, just before the afternoon arrives. You 5, have been summoned by Lord Geodric Drakegard, the knightly baron who found himself intrigued by your actions and deeds during the recent tournament. Personally summoned by the baron, you find yourself in his court, stood before him and his draconic advisor. Around you, the room is made of white marble. Numerous pillars that adorned with flags depicting House Ashford's colors. The Baron himself, a gentleman with swept hair of dark color, a mustache curled slightly at the edges, armor adorned with finery, a very regal appearance. He holds his chin high, an air of confidence in the way that he speaks, the way he acknowledges you. And having been so intrigued by your actions, be it entertainers or fighters, as the Baron himself also partook in the tournament, he turns his attention first to the human in the room. A brow raised curiously as he gestures for the man to introduce himself.
My name's Beck. Beckolder. A commoner. A Tarosi fighter with a latent power of magic running through him, so I suppose I'm some kind of eldritch knight as well. Not to be confused for an actual knight. In these lands I am but a simple hedge knight, and not a particularly notorious one at that. But I love Tyros. It is my home. It is why I've chosen my life to be one of wandering it. Perhaps the occasional tourney, and the less than occasional job by some local lord just as yourself in need of a shield. I used to be a soldier, one that's never been allowed to have any enchanted views of war. Glory and honor were beaten out of me by sore wounds, arrow volleys, and bearing fallen comrades. Nowadays, I just go through the motions like a corpse that can't stop twitching, as I know nothing else.
The Baron's attention lingers on you for several moments, that curious expression replaced with a warm smile. I quite enjoyed your fighting at the tournament as well. A skilled sword and a strong shield arm. Yes, you'll be very useful to me, Mr. Beck. Turning his attention now to the paler individual in the room, his attention lingering on an elf?
Salutations and good morrow to you. I am Gale von Hechtine, your 5th level eloquence bard. I enjoy the performance of life and all the delicious things that come with it. I have found myself here performing at this wonderful event, intertwined with this party of interesting individuals. I simply cannot wait to see what they get up to. Gods, the tales and songs I could weave by accompanying them.
That warm smile replaced now with a more prominent grin. The more eccentric nature of the Baron now being matched by another individual. Yes, I would very much like to hear the tales of the songs that you'll make. traveling with these companions. I will say, though, should this not work out, you could always find yourself a place here amongst my court, should you continue to sing well enough, of course. Turning now, his attention drifts lower, finding himself staring at a pot.
Oh, hello there, mister. You're right pretty. My name's Honey. I like birds, and I like to hit things really hard with this sword I found. Don't really know what I was doing, but I was on a ship, and I had some really nice conversations with some pots recently. But they were kind of quiet, but they were really good listeners. And then I heard all of the fighting in the city, and I went pya pya, and it was real fun. Also, your mustache is really pretty.
Well, I do appreciate your compliment. It is not often that we get wandering warriors coming through our humble barony. But I must say, your prowess with the blade, despite your size, leads me to believe that there are great things in your future. I hope that you continue to stick around. The attention lingering on the warrior jar for just a moment turns now to the tiefling.
The sun-kissed tiefling, with skin of dusky desert and eyes of cool blue, spreads a soft smile of black lips to the man. It was a good show, and I enjoyed the fight. I am Compromise, a bounty hunter of these parts. I've spent several years here honing my profession. However, with recent peaceful times, I have found a need to expand my portfolio. Coin is ever needed for survival, and I find myself low on such a thing. And with recent rumors about what is happening outside of Sunfall, I feel my profession might be getting ever the busier in the times to come. What these people around me do not know, however, is my true intent, my true profession. I am a knight of hell, an ill-rigger, a shadow master and nobility of the denizens of Avernus. Having finished my tenure as an acolyte to my old master, I have been sent here as my first assignment. Here I have prepared, setting up the pretense of a bounty hunter, to prepare for the arrival of demonic and the abyssal. There are rumors that such things might be on the rise, and so I find myself in the need of a sudden injection of coin, as whatever my plans are, they will doubtlessly be expensive.
Studying you for several long moments, the Baron's grin settles back into a warm smile. How fortuitous, then, that a bounty hunter finds themselves here when we're in need of such a thing. Thankfully, the High Lord has approved my most recent request. Should you find yourself out in the world with your companions and come across any of the creatures listed, you'll be paid handsomely, of course. The attention drifts now to the final member. Glancing curiously at this entity, tiefling? No. Satyr.
Standing there looking not too too out of place in a courtly setting, but at the same time altogether alien. Is this creature identified as a satyr? Top half of a sun-kissed humanoid, and the bottom half of a almost deer or goat-like figure. They stand there with finely adorned armor with the motif of the summer court, a strong oak built into the breastplate. And they step forward with a practiced bow, singing of some familiarity with court doings. Greetings, mortals. My name is Pim Stoneseed, as you may have heard during the delightful tournament. It was so lovely seeing mortals of such mirth, such vigor. I come as a humble servant of Queen Titania herself and representative of the Summer Court. I hope that with working together we can foster goodwill between our peoples, so distant and yet so connected. It would be my honor to help with whatever may ail this beautiful and strange land.
The generosity of your court is not lost on me, envoy. I do appreciate your help in this current matter we mortals deal with. Rest assured, may we find common ground and a unity between our two courts. You are always welcome here. I have picked you out due to your various traits and skills that I witnessed during our most recent tournament. Some of you proven fighters, others more capable in other means, more discreet for some. An issue plagues my borders, one that threatens Sunbell itself and my neighboring vassals. The mayors of my other towns assure me and warn me of some rather more disturbing incidents of late. My issue, however, lies with something deeper within the woods. Something my companion here informs me is an oddity. Deep within the Golden Woods, we've sensed a strange magic of sorts, unlike any we've ever seen before. I would ask that you and yours travel into the Golden Woods and find its source. And if you are so kind as to eliminate it, you'll be paid handsomely, of course. Not only will you earn the favor of my court and welcomed here in my keep, gold awaits you as well, to the sum of 1,500 pieces. He leans back in his chair, studying the expression of the party after having given the price.
The gold as well, but a chance to keep the people of Sunfall safe. I like that.
Is that a lot?
Yes, my little friend. Imagine, if you would, being able to buy as many swords as you like.
I like swords. Okay.
His attention lingers on those who've not spoken yet.
Gil seems to be standing and has reacted quite well to the thought of being paid. And would bow graciously.
Compromise seems contemplative. Does that seem like a reasonable amount for this sort of hunt?
First roll? Why don't you roll me an insight check? The way that he holds himself, the way that he speaks, belies some other intent. The 1,500 gold almost seems inflated.
That is an awfully generous sum, my baron.
Adjusting in his chair for a moment, he glances sideways to his rather large brass dragon that sits within the room, then looks back. Admittedly, it is not out of my generous heart that I offer such a sum. The area you'll be going to is dangerous, or so we've been told. A number of adventurers we've hired in the past have not returned.
None?
We thought at first that perhaps the gold that we had given them to start, they simply fled with. But none of my other territories have told me of such individuals passing through. Perhaps they're simply lost.
Hopeful. What shall we expect, my lord?
Again, another glance to the dragon before looking back. I'm afraid I do not know. Sunbelt has been plagued as of recent by a number of creatures. Goblins, orcs, morlings, and the like. Hence our recent bounty. My worry is that a most recent threat has decided to start intercepting these individuals. Not that I doubt your skill. Believe you 5, compared to the others I've seen before, are perhaps the most capable yet. But do be mindful. An entity known as Gordon Sun Eater resides somewhere out there. He leads a herd of morlings that seek the destruction of our very quaint home.
Name almost sounds like a challenge.
You can see there's this moment where he leans forward, sort of grinning. Indeed.
Morlings. I've heard that term before, admittedly not used in a glowing respect to oneself, no fault of your own, dear Baron, but what are those creatures?
Well, scholars have all manner of answer. Mine is that they are twisted. They are malformed men who've been abandoned by their loved ones, left to degrade, so to speak. This Goran Suneater, however, is a clever one. Far more capable than some of the other morlings we fought on our borders. If you do come across them, I ask that you leave the honor of killing him to me.
I heard it be said from a witch that they come from men that fuck goats.
Gil
What?
kind of raises his eyebrow, just slowly looking it back.
What?
I've heard more crass stories as well.
He sort of shrugs sheepishly, adjusting his leather gauntlets.
Why would you want to eat the sun? That probably tastes bad, and that's not fun for everybody else.
Indeed. Therein lies the problem. It's not fun for anybody else. Which is why this individual needs to be stopped. But I digress. 1,500 gold for you to find the source of this strange magic and eliminate it, in hopes of dealing with any other threat that wanders its way through our lovely forests and plains. Of course, the bounty remains. While you're out traveling, you'll be paid handsomely for the parts that you bring back for some of the creatures you'll fight. Goblins, orcs, gnolls, moorlings, and a more disturbing thought as of late, but there have been recent reports of some chromatics moving through our forests.
Oh dear.
Even Compromise seems to frown at the thought.
My lord, do we have any sort of direction? Or must we become the hunted?
We have a vague direction. The most that we can do, I'm afraid, as the source is deep within the Goldwoods. But I assure you, we will attempt to do our best to guide you towards that location. Hopefully you do not stray too far from the path.
Oh, what was the direction?
He said he was going to, basically once everybody agrees, they'll point you in the direction.
Will one of your men come with us?
They'll be able to guide you to the edge of the woods. Once you reach inside, however, it'll be up to you.
More than fair.
Just for clarity, what's the ultimate goal? To find the source of the magic?
And eliminate it.
And if we encounter anything on the way, we can collect bounties on it.
Indeed. Goblins, moorlings, orcs, gnolls, chromatics, and ogres. All of them have a price attached to some body part. Tusks, ears, eyes, scalps, tails. You'll be paid in various sums of gold or silver.
My lord, I wonder, this bounty, is it yours? Or was it posted by the king?
The bounty is mine. The High Lord has seen fit to approve it.
Oh. Oh, Victor. Quite the honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Baron.
He kind of raises his hand.
Yes, honey.
I'm ready to agree, and I find all of the terms, is the word satisfactory?
He kind of looks to the people around him.
Is that the right word?
Gale is just staring at him, enthralled.
Beck gives him a kind of assuring nod.
Okay,
goading him.
satisfactory. But I have one request before go.
Of course. What might your request be?
He'll look at the dragon and point at it and not really talk to the Baron, but more so talk to the dragon.
Can I boop the snoot?
There
Gale's
is.
eyes widen.
There is the Baron's face, sort of like you can see him doing his absolute most to hide the laugh, to stifle the laugh that was about to sort of roll out of his mouth as he slowly looks to the massive brass dragon in the room. Lord Orvis, might you not grant our small friend here their request before they head out on a dangerous quest?
He does like a giddy little dance, like he's excited.
The entity before you, this creature of gleaming brass scales, wings tucked and pressed against their back, large swooping horns that curl and wind around their features. As they exhale, smoke curls around the edges of their mouth and lingers, sort of drifting upwards, sort of framing their face in this more monstrous visage before sort of pushing through this low rumble that resonates from their throat as they open their mouth and speak. Give me a moment to adjust my settings.
Test.
The test works.
You said yes. Test, I heard
Your
yes.
request, little one, is most peculiar. Do you know who I am?
If I'm going to be completely honest, no, I don't. But I do know that your scales look mighty fine and shiny, and they seem like they'd be really smooth on my hands. So I just want to see if it feels like how I think it does in my little pot.
You see Godric turn, looking away from Orvis, sort of leaning into his other hand. You can see the shoulders sort of trembling a little bit as he's doing his absolute most to contain the laughter. Another low rumble as Orvis steps forward, their claws pressing against the floor, and you can feel just the weight as they step, now approaching.
Never in my hundreds of years of being alive has one so boldly asked to touch me. But you may.
He does like a little happy clap and like slowly approaches.
The large adult brass dragon leaning, it's sort of craning its neck down now. And as you get closer, hand extended up to reach for the sort of curved snout, the nostrils flare and you can feel that heat that radiates from it. But you can touch the dragon's snoot.
He will gently, so delicately, with the utmost care, oop the snoot.
In kind of a stage whisper, like whispering, not whispering. The satyr's tail like wags in excitement as it looks forward. Is it warm? Is it smooth?
Oh, right, sir. So, sir, you have the most glittering scales I've ever seen. Quite beautiful you are. Thank you for letting me.
And then he'll like pull one of the little flowers off of his flower crown and just kind of like hold it up to him.
Again, the rumble now, the vibrations from its chest are softer. Sort of looking at that for a moment. Craning its head down somewhat, allowing you to tuck the flower in between some of the more gnarled horns that are here.
Like give a little hop and he'll place it up there.
He says, "Oh, now that looks gorgeous, doesn't it?"
Thank you.
no, thank you. Right honor being able to do that. Thank you very much.
Then he'll kind of like fall back in line with everybody else.
The heavy footfalls of this metallic dragon, this counselor to the Baron, sort of now curling itself back around the chair that is there, turning its attention to look at the Baron, who is absolutely refusing to look at him, looking anywhere but, and sort of clearing his throat, adjusting the half cloak that he wears. I hope that was sufficient.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm quite ready to slash something in half now.
Delightful. Any other questions, my 5 new companions?
Well, certainly no request so bold. I'm willing to accept the contract, though I do have some questions. Namely, you say there is a source that is not found. What sort of evidence has been found, or signifiers of this magic that we might use to determine its location?
The most prominent, of course, has been the pool. Entity, or those that have traveled through, trying to make it to our lovely barony, speak of some strange feeling in their heart. As they walk, they feel as though something tugs at them with strings and chains. Those that have wandered through the woods speak of voices, whispers. They tell me that the creatures they see bear strange marks on their skin and fur, though I and my men have not personally seen anything on our own expeditions. Some of the new reports, however, talk of creatures bearing multiple eyes where they shouldn't. I imagine the closer you get to this source, the more prominent those oddities become.
Oh dear, I'm no stranger to what you might call strange creatures, but they all had the requisite amount of eyes. How curious.
Curious and worrying, my friend.
Very. My lord, out of these many forays you've sent out into the woods, which one was the earliest?
The earliest we sent was more than a month ago. The sensation has only grown stronger as of late. Or so I'm told.
Were they high Reese as us, or your own men?
Some travelers from Northbury and Iredale both traveled through the woods and told me of their recent interactions with creatures. This was before the tournament.
Oops.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. How soon was when was the last expedition?
Last expedition was before the tournament, and it wasn't an expedition. It was people from Northbury and people from Iredale both traveling through the woods to get to the barony. Or the seat of the barony.
I imagine that your men are busy skirmishing with the Moorlings, protecting the hamlets and whatnot.
Indeed. Were it not for the tournament, most of my men would already be gone, which, within the coming night, they will be. They'll be heading to Brayfield, Dewhurst, Northbury, and Iredale. The elves especially have been requesting our presence, given a more aggressive attack by goblins and orcs.
Of course. Well, with some luck, if we are successful, we'll relieve some of that pressure.
That would be most welcome, my friend.
You said it was the elves who hit the hardest. You have descendants of the Fae folk here? Where are they?
Well, they reside in Iredale. one of our more coastal towns, surrounded by all manner of the remnants of the ruins, former empires, and the like. And he would explain to you that Iridel is the sort of final border town or city that they control, and it is all the way to the west.
Oh, it's on that side of the coast. Understood.
Indeed.
Thank you for explaining.
Well, as for me, I accept the conditions of your contract, my lord.
That pleases me to hear. Though your most recent tournament has brought you here, I have heard some rumors from some of the other fighters who speak of you quite highly in your travels.
Beck sort of smiles self-effacingly and lifts the hand that had been idling on the hilt of his sword. Hands sort of moving to the sides. I only do my best. I hope it shows.
Any other requests or questions you may have? Now is the time to ask them. I would hate for you to travel all the way out there and find yourself gawking and finding nothing.
My lord, will we have proper provisions?
Of course.
Gil smiles as he nods graciously.
Well, you know me, my lord. It is the coin that I am after. And while I originally thought that your offer was generous with such ominous rumors, I cannot help but wonder if this should not be a higher investment.
For the first time, the pleasantry, the smiles, all sort of fade for a moment. Now replaced with a brow raised in your direction, as if waiting for you to elaborate.
As his pleasantries fade, hers seem to brighten. As you can feel the sense of a haggler about to do their work. $2,000.
You see them sort of rub along the bottom of their lip for a moment, studying your expression. Why don't you roll me a persuasion roll? What is it that?
Fireball!
It's the giant fist!
Give me a moment.
Despite her lack of explanation, the simple phrase, the demand for more, her expression sort of conveys everything that she needs. This sort of pleasantry that emanates from her face, this expectation that what she's requesting is perfectly reasonable. that there isn't even really a need to elaborate or explain why, as it should be self-evident.
Studying your expression, seeing the way you hold yourself, his chin raises somewhat, glancing to the rest of your companions.
There's kind of an excitement in Pin's face as he sees this, as they see this wheeling and dealing.
I will pay you 2,000 if, as well with the eradication, you bring me some proof of whatever was causing this.
A reasonable countermeasure. Of course, if we do not, you will still pay us the original 1,500.
Of course.
She nods. Settled.
I do like trophies.
Be careful what you wish for.
There's a smile now.
And we will be, of course, welcome in your court upon completion of this, yes?
Indeed. Find your way back after slaying whatever resides within that source, and I will welcome you here as guests in my court for as long as you wish. I already have my exchequer making preparations, just in case.
Well, I do love the sound of that.
There's just a very warm, accommodating smile that spreads across their face at the invitation of being welcome into the Baron's home.
As well as my home, which I will offer to you. You'll have access to our more proficient artisans. Should you have anything that you need made, we do have royal artisan members here in Sunfall, who I imagine will be more than eager to take some of the coin that you'll earn.
What of the missing adventurers? Those you previously sent out? Is there a price on their finding?
Not so much a price. But I do ask that if you were to come across any of them, and you do find them, I would ask that you bring back their signet rings. The adventurers I sent out belonged to a guild of a different barony. I would, of course, like to show my sincerest apologies if they did manage to fall, and return those signets to where they belong.
What of the gold, my lord? You said you paid them ahead of time, before they completed the job.
Indeed, I paid them half. If you find it, well, it's not mine anymore.
It isn't.
If you return it, perhaps your first commissions from the artisans here will be on me.
Beck smiles softly and dips his head.
Gil's grin widens, very much so. Just the thoughts of different wonderful costumes and clothing he could request from this city running through his head.
The coin you gave them, what sort of denomination is it? Has it been stamped even?
It is the most current minting. You'll find it in gold pieces.
imagine it is stamped here in Sunfall.
Oh, no. No. A coin comes from that of the capital.
It should be easy to spot. If it hasn't been taken, of course.
Are there any other questions, my friends?
Not from I, my lord.
None that I don't expect will involve the mission once we accept.
I'm good.
Delightful. If you would be as kind, as there's still plenty of the day left, I would have you follow my constable. She'll get you prepared, your provisions given to you, and some other things to ensure your travel goes well. I wish you the best of luck, my friends. May you walk in Bahamut's light.
Whee!
Compromise's tail flicks and she offers a curt nod.
Honey, once again addressing the dragon and not the Baron.
I'll make sure to bring you back lots more pretty flowers.
Orvis, more again, the draconic features being more poor to convey their emotions. But you do get that subtle rumble, that softer rumble, like when you had sort of rubbed across their scales.
He's purring. He's purring. I got it.
Eventually, you are guided out of the keep and into the city proper, where over the next hour or so, the party is more properly equipped. A series of tents given to you, provisions for about 2 weeks worth of travel, rations, torches for those that require it, 5 extra torches.
We add those to our packs?
I will be adding them just now. Who is going to carry the tents?
Probably me.
Gale will not be carrying the tents.
If at any point Honey is encumbered, Vec would offer to carry some things.
Okay, these are... Actually, I believe Honey can carry both.
Okay.
Both 2-person tents.
Oh, finally, just
I
dumps
will,
everything on the pot.
Honey would also give his food rations to everybody else because he doesn't eat. So everybody gets a little extra rations because he don't eat.
All right, I will go ahead and I will slap rations onto your sheet. Bop. And then it is to get 15 rations.
Hey,
What?
because I clearly am paying attention. What was the name of the Baron? All I got was Baron.
Giodric Drakeguard.
Can you spell that first name for us?
Yes.
Because I missed it the first time and I just put first name Drakeguard.
Redacted Baron.
Redacted Baron.
So, Honey has a harness, right? How would it seem having all those tents and things piled on him?
He looks like he just has a giant, like you know, a little kid going on his first camping trip for like Boy Scouts, and they have those really big, like, rectangle backpacks that stick up over the like their head. He has like one of those on his back right now. He just looks like a kid who's ready to go camping.
Beck has his barbued helm under his arm, just watching Honey get arranged.
Are you sure you don't want a little bit of help, warrior?
No, cuz, don't worry, I got it. Light as a
can you-
feather, it is.
All right.
I, for one, am quite thankful he can carry so much. How do you support
I-
that weight?
I know, it's so curious. We
Mm,
have
the,
someone like this back home, but I never thought to see them here.
the people who made me said I was, I'm really short, but I'm really dense. So,
Compromise bites her lip.
My mother
Looking
used
away.
to say the same.
Ooh, I'm sure.
they said that the people that are inside me used to be really strong, so I inherited it from them.
DM,
Yes.
Wish it worked that way for me.
what's the common knowledge of pot boys?
Still grumbles.
Roll me a history check.
There's what inside you?
People.
Are they very small?
How
Um,
many?
What do they taste like?
I only saw a painting of them once. They didn't look very small.
A little help for that history check. When Vec deferred to Honey, it was with respect. The same kind that he showed the Baron.
It takes her a moment to note that sort of respect, because her brain immediately goes to, "There's people inside you."
I
And
should go ahead.
she kind of straightens herself, no longer asking questions, instead listening to the questions of others, sort of trying to get a take of her new party. Brow raising when Gale asks, "How do they taste like?"
For the people who are more knowledgeable about the different houses and nobility in the party, if they would be knowledgeable, he does have the crest of the Caladir family of Katarina on, like, imprinted into his, like, wax seal on the top of his head, which you can all probably see because he's very short.
I would say that Beck knows his heraldry. I think he'd know.
Him having no idea and little concept of personal space would kind of kneel next to him. Or, yeah, kneel next to Honey. Like, well, can they hear us? Hold on. Kind of
Ooh.
leans over and knocks on the lid of the potboy with their ear.
Gale
What does
joins
that sound like,
them.
DM? what does that sound like? Am I hollow?
You know what? I'll let you decide.
Hmm.
You're a fake.
Hello?
I want to say it's like a half full, half empty sort of. So like you hear it chime, like when you thunk on it, it gives like that porcelain kind of ring, and it sounds like there's a little bit of space in there, but it does seem like there's definitely something in there.
It's
Huh.
like from fucking the oh god, what's the panda movie?
Well, if they are quite small, it seems they still have room to get around. Huh. Do you have like a house inside you? Is there tiny little furniture? Like fairies or pixies?
I'm not too sure. I can't look inside myself. So, you know, I was told to not undo the seal unless I was putting another body in or something like that.
Oh, very interesting.
There's just a couple more like clip clops around as like Pim kind of searches this pot boy up and down for any like cracks, kind of like tapping them at different areas, listening.
Honey will
Hello?
point at the pretty man.
Also, I don't have a tongue, so I don't know how to taste.
Oh, how dreadful. I couldn't imagine not being able to taste things.
We're just like sort of standing around in like the square of the hold, right?
You are so you are currently residing in the courtyard
Yeah.
of the keep. These like sort of beautiful lush gardens that are here, numerous sort of like flowered like bushes and everything that are here, and a number of courtiers that are walking past and sort of paying half attention to you and sort of just looking at the oddity that is your party. But then again, the Baron is known to be very eccentric, so hiring you diverse individuals is right up his alley.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
What kind of flowers are we talking about around here? Like, could just be plain, like what colors of flowers? Just curious.
You have that prepared, right?
I want to know the flora and fauna of the location we are in.
Amidst, of course, what you would expect here in this beautiful sort of garden, you would find all manner of flower. The most prominent being sort of brighter, more feral sunflowers and things like honeysuckle.
That's everything my sweet boy's wearing right now.
You stole it from the guard.
Oh shit!
The guards come.
So seeing that those are like the prettiest flowers, which, you know, hold a very small candle to the flora of the Feywild. Having seen some of this flora decorated around our erstwhile potboy, Pim kind of stands up and sees some of the honeysuckle vine. Kind of, I guess maybe there's like pillars or something around here in this courtyard.
Certainly.
They would like to take some.
The only person who protests would be some of the servants. Although not actual protests, like they're not stopping you, you would hear some go,
And they likewise adorn themselves in it, kind of looping it around the horns.
These servants sort of speaking to each other. And then sort of eventually making their way away from all of you, realizing that to try and stop you would more than likely just cause issues. The gardener can replace those.
It's not like Skyrim where they come demanding your bounty of 5 gold.
Him does not seem to have a concept of flowers belonging to any one person.
Oh, those look lovely in your horns. Maybe the bees will like you too.
Yeah. I just figured, well, since you had some and the Baron has some, might as well have some myself. I think
Honey,
we had something.
Honey will then address Compromise and be like,
Ma'am, you should put some in your horns too. They'd look lovely on you as well.
It's like a slow
Gail
blink.
just grins, turning back
see.
to look at Compromise.
Compromise doesn't seem to have been paying attention. She seems to have been looking around, like waiting for the next person to lead them on.
We're waiting for supplies, right?
Correct.
I think, yeah, she's been sort of tapping her at her lip, and then sort of jumped when the little pop boy come up to her leg. All right. What do you have in mind?
But I think the honeysuckle would look quite divine against your dark horns.
Looks over at the plants. Isn't picking them going to kill them?
Honey looks like he thinks for a second.
World shattered.
Thousands dead.
If only you could see the flowers where I'm from. True, they'll wilt in time, but we can always get more. Yes?
Honey still looks like he's thinking.
Gil's just grinning.
Yeah, they grow back.
Grabbing some more of the vine. You are going to have your personal face invaded, Compromise. As there is a satyr that begins slowly looping them from behind you, from the outside, towards the front of your brow.
She doesn't seem to protest. And while you do it, she'll ask, so, you've mentioned the Fae?
Yes, mortal.
Mortal. There seems to be a lot about you that I'd like to know.
Oh, I bet there is. Mortals come all the time, looking for things.
The way you say, the way you speak, suggests that you yourself are not mortal?
I suppose that's just what we call people who are from here. I'm not sure.
As opposed to where you are from. Which is?
Why, the summer court, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
I thought that was fairly obvious. When you're not listening, you've got very small ears.
I do.
Comparatively, I mean, look at his. Points over to Beck.
I don't have any ears.
What?
Beck had been gawping at this whole development. The winding of the flowers, the behavior. And then he sort of snaps out of the reverie of just looking.
Sucker
Like
punched.
Like half moons. Look at them. Right
What?
on the side of his face.
No, my ears are fine.
I think they're quite quaint.
They don't actually show past his hair. He has to sort of pull it back and grab it at a ponytail in his palm. And with his other emotions to them, look at them. They're fine.
Like half slices of fruit.
They
Just
are not droopy. Stop.
I wonder what it's like to have a face.
You know, let's start over. How about we all take turns introducing each other, since we will be working in the foreseeable future? She kind of jerks as one of the flowers, almost hits her in the eye. I'll start off. My name is Compromise. I am a bounty hunter to these parts. I've lived in Sunfall for a few years now. Usually collecting, lawbreakers and tax evaders and political problematics is my trade. It's not a terribly bright business, but I try to keep that from keeping me down.
What did you compromise on?
Gil fucking chuckles as he leans forward, trying to catch himself.
You see that question almost catches her off guard, and she opens her mouth to respond and closes it again and thinks. I am the compromise. It's my profession, you see.
Oh, that's neat. So like you're the compromise and I'm a pot.
He claps.
Yep.
Gil also claps, very golf clappy.
You got it. That is my name. But I don't think your name is Pot, is it? I think the Baron said you were Honey.
Yes. My name's Honey. I am a warrior jar. At least that's what they kept telling me. I got here. I don't know time perception very well. It was dark and light about 3 times. But before that, I was on one of the ship thingies, and I was having a lovely time talking to some other pots, but they were really quiet.
Slight stammer. So you arrived on ship with other ceramics. How, pray tell, did you end up in the tournament?
I saw a lot of people with the swords, and I thought it looked neat, and I wanted to try it. Because I brought this one with me, because I found this on the ship too.
And he holds up his greatsword that is much too big for him, but he holds it up with ease.
Oh, that thing.
Well, color me surprised. It seemed like you knew how to use it in the fights. I'm surprised you just picked it up and found it.
Quite skilled he must be.
You would hear approaching footfalls, heavily plated, as the Baron and a entourage sort of follow behind. A number of servants carrying packs, as well as harnesses for the tents and everything. Sort of arms wide, as this sort of like greeting again, the Baron would speak. Warrior jars have a vested history in Tyros. Lying within Honey are perhaps numerous, dozens of venerable warriors. Young and small they may look, but I imagine with time and your guidance, you four, we will see Honey's true potential. Your equipment.
Thank you graciously, my lord.
I have no doubt we'll see his potential. Already I saw him knocking soldiers off of horses as though were nothing. And then off he went to give dragons roses.
That was really fun. I talked to my horse before then. He was very sweet.
The Baron smiles as the servants approach, handing over packs for the party, containing, for those of you that eat food, rations and torches, and the harness for the tents for you all to carry. The food supplies and the like is about a 2 weeks journey. It is just a sort of in preparation type move.
Well, as they present the equipment and the supplies, Beck would go about helping them get arranged on Honey's harness.
Oh, thank you for the help.
Are you sure this is not too heavy for you?
No, it sits just fine on my back.
If at any moment you strain, please, let me know, warrior.
Alright, cuz I'll let you know if I ever need a break while we're doing everything.
Compromise tilts her head, sort of observing Honey's definition of her back. Huh.
Beck is very careful in his approach of roping and adjusting everything, making sure the pack is as tight and non-obstructive as is possible.
Oh, that's real kind of you.
If we were to fight, you may have to take it off.
That's okay. I'll be real gentle when I set it down.
So, what I'll do is I'll tie this knot around your front, and all you need to do is pull this little string and you'll undo the whole thing.
He gives a weird four-fingered thumbs up.
Just a little pull, and it'll come undone.
And Beck thumbs up as well. Although he has this sort of thoughtful look, wondering if Honey can even see it. Lacking eyes and all.
He seems like he was paying attention. He can't really turn his head down because he doesn't have a head, but he seems like he was paying attention.
If any of you would like to put anything on the harness, now's the time.
Gale would stand there with like his small pack of belongings on his back and kind of just look at his sides as he has already put all of the belongings that were handed to him on Honey.
I just imagine the supplies coming to Gale passing them to Beck, and Beck
Yes.
putting them on Honey, but without looking, so he thinks they're from the Castellan.
Oh, I have to ask, does Gale, like, have his instrument on his side, or does he carry an instrument?
His instrument is a gorgeous gilded wooden lute that rests perfectly in the small of his back.
Honey will make a little comment then. It's like,
Oh, that instrument looks lovely. I look forward to hearing you play that maybe one day.
Oh, you will hear it. I plan to write many little ditties about our exploits here. I may not be able to wield such a sword like that. And he points down to Honey's gigantic sword. But I can definitely make sure you're rested for when you choose to wield it.
Honey claps.
Very excited.
Ooh. I do
Pim-
like being praised.
Pim seems to be investigating some of the rations that were given to them, kind of opening some up and kind of taking their measure and like figuring out what it is. I imagine it's like kind of like hardtack, nuts, some dried meats.
These are much nicer rations. So the barony of Sunfall is very wealthy. The Baron is known to sort of splurge and spend a lot of money on more extravagant or frivolous things. You are not getting commoners like rations. You are getting sort of very deliciously prepared food.
Probably a lot of
Yeah.
fish.
Yeah, Pim still kind of like takes some experimental taste, like little bits and bites from one of them, kind of seemingly thoughtfully mulling it over. It's not bad, but I do have some from my homeland. I might want to keep those on hand.
You're keeping that one, aren't you?
Huh?
You're keeping that ration, the one you just opened.
I mean, yes, it was given to me. It's mine.
Go.
Is it not?
Okay.
I just brought some from home. If you're lucky, I'll share.
Sure. Would you like to put any of them on the harness?
Pim seems to think a moment. Food seems to be a definite thing that they're more keeping close to them. So instead they offer the 5 torches given to them.
Beck accepts the bundle and one by one filters them into the harness.
I suppose you do seem rather strong. It'd help to have some other things scattered among us. Not put everything on Honey, at least.
But these are sticks for casting fire, yes? I have some already, and I can do this. And Pim kind of leans forward, and as it seems they are going to boop the human snoot, they cast light.
Vex sort of startles and staggers back a step as the illumination sort of flares in his face. Oh, okay. Magic, then. Yes, we do have torches, and those are the fire sticks. We don't tend to frivolously use magic in Tyros. We like to be utilitarian, I suppose, with our needs.
Yes, you like your sticks and your mud and all that sort of thing.
Oh, come now, Beck. Have a little bit of fun. Not like it was some chromatic casting things on you. Have a little bit of fun. Light up a bit.
Right.
That or the stories I write about you are going to be quite droll. And I don't write droll things. He grins.
I prefer if you did not write about me at all.
Oh, well, when inspiration strikes.
Right. Well,
Who's inspiration and why are they striking you?
I don't think there's anyone here named that.
We do
It's
have
merely a
compromise.
feeling. True. Do you have a sister? And he like grins, looking over it. Compromise.
She seems to have been busy, sort of going through her own pack, and then just kind of glances up. What?
A sister. Oh, never mind.
well, we're packed up. I suppose we can go. Where is our trailblazer? He asks this of the Castellan.
The Baron, who's sort of just been watching this whole encounter, a very amused expression on their face, sort of gestures sidelong to an individual dressed quite protectively. The sort of better or well-equipped guardsmen. You would see the long sword that they have in their scabbard, the round shield that they wear, their sort of potted helmet, and the gambeson and everything that they wear, sort of more matching the colors of Sunfall. This gentleman here will guide you to the edge of the forest, and from there you're on your own. It'll be about a 2 days trip to the edge of the forest. I hope you're ready.
Does Beck recognize this man?
Roll me a history check.
All right.
This gentleman, no. Though, judging by their attire, and sort of the seal that rests on their sort of around one of their pauldrons, you can tell that they are purely from Sunfall. They're not from, or they're not well traveled. More time in Sunfall, perhaps, and you could get to know some more people, especially if you come back successful.
Regardless of not recognizing him, Beck still looks him over with a sort of diligence. And recognizing his attire and understanding his duty, it brings a sort of solidarity that relaxes Beck's posture. And he nods his head at the man, thankfully.
I'm ready to lead you whenever you're ready to go.
Oh, wonderful. I feel safer already. And Gel kind of fawns as he stretches and looks to help Honey get up if Honey was sitting. I couldn't remember if he was.
He's not. He's just very short.
No, yeah, he wouldn't.
I want to say he's like halfling size, probably. So 3, maybe 4 foot high max.
You can sit on him and he moves like a mobile bench.
All right. Like my lord said, it's going to take about 2 days to get you to the edge of the forest. After that, you're on your own. But I have faith in your capabilities. You're well stocked, and some of our men will be patrolling around the edges of the forest as well, on our way to Northbury. Should we hear any conflict or cries for help, we'll do our best to answer. Gesturing for you all to follow, the guardsman begins to lead you out from the keep, back into the sort of nobles district of Sunfall, well beyond its walls, to begin leading you out of the seat of the barony. Is there anything else the party needs, does not want, needs, before you
I was about to
leave?
say.
Is there any way we could procure holy water?
I was about to suggest health potions.
Those potions is a good idea.
Well-
Unless they gave us some.
Checking your packs, beyond the rations, all of you except for Honey would have a standard healing potion.
His faith in us is great.
So, the way healing potions are going to work, as this is again, I'm sort of beta testing a lot of things with this adventure, they will heal you a flat amount. So, for the standard healing potion, the basic one, it'll heal you for 10 hit points.
Shit, that's pretty good.
And then I assume I don't have one because I can't take them.
Correct.
Okay. So I can only be healed by mending or healing spells.
Correct.
Okay.
And mending will allow you to spend your hit dice to be able to heal.
Yes.
Again,
Does anybody have mending?
I also took mending, don't worry.
God bless you. God bless you.
so
Yes.
as well as beta testing, we are of course beta testing the Warrior Jar race, which is the custom race for Atis. As things get sort of involved, as combat happens, as this adventure continues, I will be sort of adjusting the race either to be sort of more fitting with the setting, or sort of adjusting abilities and traits to make them either more enjoyable or more balanced. So
So you're about to say it more enjoyable.
nope.
Kill that one.
You can kill me. It's okay. I can die happy. I booped the snoot of a dragon.
My character arc is done. See you guys.
Like, I've done all I needed to. It's episode 1. Yep.
Okay,
I'm
party.
official.
I've peaked. I've peaked first session.
Led by the guardsmen here of Sunbell, you will be escorted 2 days worth of travel to the edge of the forest. Once you're in there, you are told basically head southwest until the feeling that the Baron has described becomes more prominent or present. He said that every individual should be able to feel it. If you don't, or if you feel a lingering effect, you are further away. This is a game of hot and cold. Traveling with the guardsmen, as you are escorted out, we're going to roll I am going to roll for the guardsmen on the encounter dice. Welcome to Hex Crawling the Etenmore. You will find a handout in your journal entries. You should have a handout, hopefully, that explains various things and quirks when dealing with hex crawling. Hex crawling is a D12 system. You generally want to aim higher on the D12 to avoid encounters or oddities. If you guys are successful in your foray into the forest and finding the source of this magic, you will get your own hex crawl abilities that are custom to your character. As well, when the stress mechanic is introduced, you will get your own stress abilities to reduce the stress or stress of others in your party. Any questions?
Yeah, could I assist this guardsman in any way?
Are you proficient in survival?
Yes.
Of course you are. For this, no.
Okay.
Let him cook.
Okay.
Death.
That's right. You get jumped.
Nice.
Goblins.
And this whole time, Honey is chasing any butterflies in the area as they are walking.
Traveling through the plains, there are plenty of them.
Yeah, he's trying to grab him.
Large, rolling, grassy knolls that sort of encompass your vision, sort of finding the edges of the nearby forests that surround you. Another thing as well, these individual colors are broken down in the hex crawling picture to show you what each individual hex means. As well, each hex is about 20 miles worth of travel, or about 8 hours of travel. 2 hexes equals a full day full of travel. This, of course, can be increased or decreased with certain abilities, weather effects, and the like. On an 8, I would need to roll a d8. Okay. As you begin to travel, the sort of presence of winter begins to make itself known. The wind becoming harsher as it begins to push through this sort of flat plains, pushing back against you. As well, you would notice as dark clouds begin to rise and sort of crest the sky, and begin to cut off the sun before you begin to even rest for the night. As you begin to set down camp after your full 2 hexes of travel, thus resulting in a full day of travel, it begins to rain.
Gil hates that.
Dan,
Yes.
I don't know if you'd ever approved it, but did you approve my parasol?
If you succeed, you'll get one. So no parasol right now.
Nah.
Ooh, get drenched.
Gotta get it commissioned.
Gotta get your first commission, dude.
He's miserable and wearing white.
Oh no.
His clothes are see-through. No.
Oh shit, my nipples.
Oh no.
They're everywhere.
As
Strokes him.
As the party, with the guardsman's assistance, begins to set up your tents, your bedrolls, and the like, I need you all to sort of take off one of your days of rations.
Okay.
What? You mean someone isn't gonna just hunt food?
No.
What the fuck? Alright.
I've artificially increased the challenge.
By making us eat?
That's right.
Joke's on you, I chose the easy mode. I don't fucking eat.
Yeah, but you die.
Yeah, it's true.
How easy is it? Okay. Settling down for the evening under the rainfall here in the territory of Sunfall, you begin to sort of prep and realize here's the time to sort of set yourself apart. If you are resting for the night, is everybody resting?
Are we still with the guards?
Yes, you are still with the guardsmen.
As Vec finishes sort of arranging his own tent, never complaining under the battering wind, or
These are not-
bothering to comment on the rain.
Apologies. These are not individual tents. These are two-person tents.
Well, whichever tent he grabbed first. I'll take first watch, if that's alright.
No, it's fine by me. If I'm going to be useful, I need as much sleep as I can get.
Of course.
He
That
kind
is
of
a-
puffs at his like curly hair in the back.
You are setting yourself up for expectation.
Who is she talking to?
You. You're like, I need my full rest to be useful.
And he looks at her.
There's a wry smile. Don't disappoint.
I never do. And he like kind of saunters over to Honey.
Hello.
And how was your travel? How do you... Do you feel?
Yes.
He seems like he's not sure.
He'll like tap the edge of the like jar. Did you feel that?
Yes.
How much?
Do the guards, are they all human?
You have a guard,
One
A
guy.
guard.
and he
Oh, okay.
is human, yes.
Ooh, seeing that, not knowing if anyone else has dark vision, Compromise will offer to take sort of second watch when it's darkest.
You would see the gentleman traveling with you does have a hooded lantern that he is using a lot well into the evening. As he will be taking first watch with Beck. Compromise will be taking second watch with whom?
I can
I
stay
see.
up.
Do you even need to lie down?
No, I do this.
And he'll go into jar form.
You would watch as Honey sits down, their legs almost vanishing underneath them. And does Honey sleep? How does Honey sort of rest with their arms? Do they leave them at their side, across their chest?
They kind of cross their chest, but like intertwined, almost looking like they're making a little braid in a way that just like hangs and droops and kind of moves in the wind.
I can see that perfectly.
I do this.
And then he'll like do it and then just undo it and just be like a happy little boy.
She nods, not having a clue what they just did. Wonderful.
I'm gonna be quite honest, I don't really know what happens to my legs when I do that. They kind of go back up inside me.
Gil's eyes are like, what?
Let's not think about it.
Okay.
Well, looking up to see the dwindling sun, I'm going to get what sleep I can before I have to take watch.
Would you like me to wake you up?
Someone has to.
Alright.
Oh, try not to do it too aggressively. I have a bit of a reflex.
I'll just call out for you. That's okay.
That'll be fine. I'm a somewhat light sleeper. And
Like,
she'll...
sort of shrugs.
The sun here, such as it is, seems very dim. Would one of you be able to wake me up before sunrise. It's so strange how the rains here are just so obstructive, so grumpy. Your clouds are angry.
I'll try to wake you up.
Oh. Well, thank you, honey.
Also, DM, I forget. When I'm in like my sleep form, I'm still like conscious and like aware of what's happening around me. Correct?
Correct. It should say under. Let's see. Jar's rest. When you take a long rest, you spend at least 6 hours in an inactive, motionless state instead of sleeping. In this state, you appear inert, indistinguishable from a jar, but you remain conscious.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Roleplay amongst yourself.
Gale kind of picks up a quite plush-looking bedroll, and has already taken off his leathers as they are bundled over his shoulder, and he waves back to the party heading into one of the tents. Good night, darlings. Do wake me when you need me. Not a moment before.
Good night, pretty man.
Be careful now. You keep telling me such things, I'll believe you.
Beck
He
hesitantly
shuts
waves.
the tent.
He's quite something, huh?
Oh, yes.
He's very lush.
Mm-hmm.
Right, well, I'll, set a stool or something.
Her eyes dwindle on Gale's tent.
Back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Well, at least they seem like fun.
I really want to hear the pretty songs.
Me too.
I'm sure he'll sing soon enough.
Maybe I can add a little bit of a light accompaniment.
I don't want to sour any moods, but it is getting late.
Right, watch for me then? Right.
The guardsman nods.
Beck, he'd find anything that he could prop himself on, like a tilted stone or anywhere advantageous for him to watch over the camp. And he'd fall into a sort of disciplined habit of watching. He wouldn't fall asleep, he wouldn't get distracted. It's very obvious he's done this before, many times.
Perfect. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check? Assisted by the guardsman.
Time to get a nat 20. Oh my god.
Yeah?
The guardsman falls asleep.
Peering out into the darkness, into the rain that surrounds you, your attention is not drawn to anything that moves, thankfully. Staring out and keeping yourself more attentive, it would be movement in the sky that catches your attention. Large silhouettes that almost seem to contrast the darker night sky. Their faint metallic sheen sort of assuaging any fear as a metallic dragon soars overhead, passing by the camp in just a mere moment. The beating of its wings announcing its presence and its departure.
Before Beck is able to discern the nature of the silhouette, a kind of fear crawls up his chest, and he's about to scramble up to his feet before he sees that reflective surface breaking through the rain. And it's this sigh of relief, realizing it's one of Tira's protectors. And he settles back down.
For the next 2 hours, you'd engage in idle conversation with the guardsmen who would ask some minor questions, sort of gauging your interest and your history, seeing the seals that mark your armor and the lack thereof in some other places. Obviously, not prying too much, but just making sort of comments to see how much you would divulge.
I'd say that Vex's answers would be kind of staggered. He'd be resigned to brevity for the sake of being attentive of the watch, demonstrating a sort of discipline about it, feeling perhaps irresponsible to be speaking when the safety of the people in the camp are in their hands. But he'd give his name and tell them that he comes from the east, by Rosewood. In fact, by way of Amon Hen. That's about it.
Okay. The interest is there, but seeing your more keeping it close to your chest, the guardsman doesn't pry any further, satisfied seemingly with the answers given. And over the course of the 2-hour watch, you fall quiet, listening to the idle sounds of rainfall and the crackle of the fire that battles against it. With that, your watch is uneventful and concludes.
Yeah, he'd go wake up Compromise. He'd stand up, give his companion a sort of pat on the shoulder as he heavily trots on over to Compromise tent. Rather than sneak in a look or anything from the outside, he'd call out, Compromise?
It'd only take one call and a moments of waiting before the tent flap pulls back and you see the glitter of blue and then the dusky skin that emerges. So soon.
Has been 2 hours. Were you able to sleep?
As well as one might.
You're a very light sleeper, aren't you?
She shrugs. I've spent a lot of time on my own, and that requires one to be alert, even when one is in slumber.
I could never sleep 2 hours. That is why I often take the first watch. That way I can simply sleep.
I take what I can get, where I can get it.
Are you going to watch alone?
I believe Honey is accompanying me.
Right. Well, I'll roll up your bedroll if you haven't already. Lay down my own.
It is rolled up and my things are prepared.
Beck smiles thankfully and sort of filters into the tent, going about preparing his bedding. Have a good watch.
There's a gentle smile and a nod. And then she wanders over towards whatever campfire, or at least the center of the camp, and begins to set up her watch. Where is Honey?
I think he's probably just been kind of stationary near the campfire this whole time. He doesn't really feel the need to sleep in the tents. He's like, that's for you guys. He'd feel bad. So he's kind of just been in his century, like kind of in the rain by the fire, but he's okay with it. And once compromise comes over, he'll like start to stir a little bit, but kind of still stay in sentry mode.
Up already, are we? She sits down. Currently hooded and covered in the sort of heavy black cloak designed for, well, Ettenmore's propensity to rain.
I'm always technically awake when I'm like this. I just need to not move around for a while.
A meditative state, then.
Sorta. People back at home always needed to sleep and rest or they'd be really angry and upset the next day. But I never really felt the need. I just like to sit still from time to time.
Dark lips smile. I envy you.
I kinda don't. Some of the tutors that I had would talk about dreams and stuff like that. And it sounds like a nice thing, but because I don't really do that whole sleep thing, it's kinda sad. I wish, that'd be fun to do.
Oh, dreaming. It has its moments, but not all dreams are pleasant.
They said that something, night horses or stars mare, something like that.
Nightmares. Yes.
That's it. Yes. They said that I used to dream or something like that. But ever since I've been a put, I don't really remember all that stuff before, so.
How long have you been a pot, honey?
Not really good at time. But I think we had a party and it had something to do with a year. So at least one of those.
Do you know what you were before?
Vaguely. They brought it up and would try to talk to me about it, but I get distracted by the butterflies and bees outside, so I didn't listen too well. It was something about, who... Oh, what was the word? That. And he kind of points up at the sky. Who are those?
He looks up at the rain. Stars?
Oh, what's the word?
Honey uses his brain. He tries really hard.
Why don't you roll me a history check?
Let's do it. He's trying real hard to remember the words.
The thing where it gets dark outside.
There's a slow blink. Oh, you mean 2 nights?
That's the word.
And yet you do not remember anything about these 2 nights?
Not really. I know their names, kinda, but that's about it. They tried to tell me, but I'm easily distracted.
Is it personal if I ask what the names are?
I don't remember anything, so not really. The last name is kinda hard to pronounce, though.
He
Yeah.
ponders his brain for a second. He looks like he's loading up. Like he's trying to load information.
He's allocating more RAM.
The names were Dialos and Belinda Eborsisk. Something like that. I wasn't real good at pronouncing the last name.
Ebarskis. She kind of furrows her brows. DM, do these names sound familiar?
Ooh. Have you ever been to Katarina?
No, probably not.
Then I'm going to say no.
She also takes a moment to use her brain power, finding that does not strike her as any particular name she's heard of. She shrugs. I'm sure they were quite the heroes.
I don't know, apparently they got real sick and died. So,
Not necessarily a hero's death, then. Well, honey, for whatever reason you're here, and whoever made you and why, I'm glad you're accompanying us.
likewise. It's real fun to be able to go out and do things instead of just staying inside all the time.
Admittedly, this is my first time. If you can keep a secret. She winks conspiratorially. This is my first time adventuring with others. Most of my hunts are solo.
It's my first time too. At least that I recall.
But it sounds like you're always a party. Of two, at least.
Hee. I hope your first time is good though, and that we don't get brutally murdered.
That would be tragic.
Yes.
Indeed. Let's pray to whatever god is out looking for us that doesn't happen.
Why don't you both roll me perception checks for your watch?
I don't have eyes.
But you still see.
I still see.
You see better than me. This
Okay.
bitch don't even got fucking dark vision.
I don't think either of you do.
I have dark vision.
Oh.
I'm a tiefling, DM. Of course I have dark vision. But DM, I have dark vision.
Directing your attention out to the sort of surrounding landscape, the flat grassy knolls that sort of surround you, and of course the rain above that adds to this very sort of calm atmosphere. Despite the wariness of the Baron, the area around you almost seems idyllic, like no harm could come to you. And for your watch for the next 2 hours, it is uneventful save for the conversation between Honey and Compromise. Who is taking the third watch?
Would the third be the final watch, or would that be fourth?
Final? We'll say final for now, while I still get that figured out.
Because if it's kind of the morning watch, Pim would have volunteered for that.
Okay.
As they like to be up with the sun, and the sun here is kind of a nebulous thing, sometimes covered with clouds and obscured. It's very strange here in the mortal realm.
Indeed, it is. Who is taking the other watch with Pim? Are you remaining to continue the watch, honey?
Would it impair me if I did? Would it still count as my full rest since I am technically conscious? Probably not like I wouldn't make a perception check kind of conscious, but just like aware.
We'll say it would give you your rest still. You won't make a perception roll, but should Pim see anything, you'll be some of the first to respond.
Okay. Yeah, he'll stay by the fire then.
Perfect. Joining Honey or Compromise, are you waking up Pim or?
Yeah, remembering that Pim had requested to be awoken, the black cloak would rise up eventually, and guesstimated 2 hours, and look around. Honey, do you remember which tent Pim went into?
Believe it was that one.
He'll point at one of the tents.
Thank you. She'll wander over and peek into the flap,
Have a good rest.
waving some
Inside?
fingers and goodbye.
Inside, peering in, if anyone has the good or perhaps ill fortune of bunking with Pim, sees that the satyr is very much spread across their bed. Just kind of laying, lying on their stomach, kind of sprawled, even as they draw their blankets and bedroll close to them. Their furry limbs are the parts that tend to be more out of the coverage. The thick fur kind of insulating them. But yes, their concept of no personal space also extends to whomever is in the tent with them.
Seeing this spread bundle of fur and cloth, there's a small chuckle. And first a soft announcement of Pim's name into the tent. Pim.
They are grasping their what suffices as a pillow on the road and sleeping.
Another announcement. Pim.
Beck wakes up. Bleary-eyed, he looks awkwardly around, staring out into the dark.
Not you, go back to sleep. She enters the tent. And
Head flips down.
she began to tail swishing. She would start to sort of gently brush against Pim's like satyr fur.
It's soft.
She shakes it.
They're as you kind of like press against their haunch, the little hoof kind of kicks out at first. What?
Your turn for watch, and your request to be woken.
Pim kind of bleary-eyed looks out the tent. Is your sun up?
No. Did you not request to be woken before the sun?
Oh. It's just normally it's a little bright before it gets here. Okay. And they kind of sit up and begin twisting. They still have kind of like a full tabard on. Oh, yes, I need this. And kind of just completely unaware of noise, grab their beautifully
Compromise.
crafted armor, begins to kind of pull it onto themselves.
Compromise retreats lest she is kicked by hoofed feet.
And there will be for 10 minutes, I believe, or 5 or 10 minutes, however long it takes them to get their scale mail on.
Some medium
before
armor?
Medium armor.
5 minutes to don it.
So, yep, they will don their armor and venture outside, look around, and be very disappointed that there's no sun.
Indeed. Stepping out, finding that it is still dark, and it is still raining.
Disappointing. And Pim kind of clip-clops over by the fire and immediately throws more fuel onto it in a desperate attempt to keep some warmth.
The fire battling against the rain, you do attempt to feed it. Struggling as it is, it won't be long before it eventually is snuffed out entirely. Until then, however, you and Honey are on watch.
Oh. Hello, small friend. Are you
Hello.
there?
Yes.
Oh, good. So you can hear me.
This was one of my favorite games back home. I would act like a regular pot with the rest of them, and they didn't know it was me.
You mean not all pots talk? Huh.
That would be great if they did. I'd have a lot more friends.
How disappointing. The mortal realm would have been a lot more interesting if all the pots talk. Does cutlery talk too? Do you know?
I think that's what they had me use at dinner. Which was silly that I had to attend dinner, but I don't eat. No, it doesn't talk.
Oh. That's also disappointing. There seems to be no reason behind what does and what does not talk here.
Sometimes the animals talk, though, and that's fun.
Well, of course. All animals talk. It's just a matter of whether you understand them or not.
I like talking with them. I don't have a whole lot to say, but sometimes it's really interesting. Like the horse at the event that we did the other day. I got to talk to my horse before we went jousting, I think it was. He was very
Kind of
lovely.
nods.
He talked about how his saddle was really uncomfortable, so I made sure to put some extra padding under it to make sure that the horse was comfy.
Pim sort of nods excitedly.
Do you talk to animals frequently?
Oh, yes. Back home, all the creatures can talk. And some of the plants, too. Well, most of the plants. Just. Some talk in voices and some don't.
Oh, that sounds like it'd be a dream. I
Oh,
can only really talk to animals when I try and think about it really hard.
Oh, yes. Everything talks if you're willing to listen. Even our queen can talk to beams of sunlight if she wanted to.
Oh, that sounds magical.
More excited nodding from the satyr.
Oh, yes. You should absolutely come and see someday. Everyone would love to see the talking pot.
I hope that rays of sunshine have voices of the celestials. They seem like they'd be so warm and welcoming.
It is so warm back home. Sometimes I wished I'd never even left. But such is the job of an envoy, I suppose.
It's also fun. You get to see lots of new things. Like, I got to see the ocean recently, and then I got to see these new big cities.
And a dragon. Don't forget
And
the
a
dragon.
dragon. That was very fun. I liked booping the snoot.
Was it warm?
It
Or
was.
it cold? Oh. Okay.
He kind of vibrated when I touched him. It was really comforting.
Dragons.
Pim seems to be taking mental note.
It was very
Oh,
smooth.
I just want to know, Pim, are you actually
Yeah.
watching? Or are you more engaged in this conversation?
Pim is engaged, but they are kind of looking around waiting for the sign of first light. Because once they catch that, they'll do a little bit of morning humana prayer.
Okay.
So the chatter is kind of until I see that I need to do cleric things now.
Okay. Well, give me a moment. As during the course of your watch, let's see if the weather changes at all.
Give us a rainbow, dude. Give us a morning rainbow.
It doesn't change.
Fuck!
It keeps raining. Though perhaps heavier than before. Again, in the sort of earlier or late or sort of middle portions of winter, you are dealing with where it gets its namesake being a moor and dealing with a lot of rain that comes through here.
Yeah, it would be less of a problem if it was like warm summer rain, but it's not.
Indeed, it is winter rain. So, why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check, Pim?
Alrighty, let's go. 18.
18, okay. Despite your conversation with Honey, your attention does occasionally drift back and forth, looking out towards sort of everything around you. Despite it still being sort of dark, there are those vestiges of light that push through the black clouds, causing them to become somewhat gray. Allowing a little bit more light or a little bit more of a sort of allowing your vision to expand to see along the grassy knolls. However, the rain doesn't lighten. It's still cold, still clinging to your fur and skin. The only person unaffected would be Honey.
He's just real slippery right now because he's all slick and wet.
But yeah, as Tim notices some of the clouds lightning, their kind of expression changes and they seem a little bit more, well, I guess serious for a moment as they kind of pause for a moment and begin reciting something in another language. Does Honey understand Sylvan?
He does not.
Then you do not understand what Pim seems to be kind of murmuring in their best attempt at more of a sing-song voice as they do their morning preparation.
And what are you preparing?
Just doing my daily, spells,
Gotcha.
stuff like that, cleric stuff.
Okay. As you are finishing up your morning rituals, it is at this point now, at the end of your watch, that people begin to wake up. the party roused by either their natural sort of waking up or by being woken up by the conversation.
I would say that having gone to sleep first, well, definitely not first after his watch, and being a light sleeper as a whole, Beck would have woken up. And he'd go about packing things up and preparing Honey's harness.
I have a feeling Mr. Gale isn't gonna be very happy.
You mean about terrain?
Yeah.
I suppose I should lend him my cloak.
Gale,
Also-
you would... Oh, go on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go on.
Okay, we'll talk to Beck again.
I might have to take you up on that offer of offloading some of the load today. I'm a bit slick from the rain, so it's a little bit slippery and hard to get a grip on the backpack.
As Honey's saying this, Beck is sort of bent over him, struggling to get the rigging done well because of that same slipperiness. I think you got the right of it. I'll take these torches here, and I suppose I can take one of the tents as well.
That would be lovely. Thank you for your help.
Hovering over Honey, Beck sort of returns a smile. But he feels a bit silly, not knowing if he can even see it still, and begins pulling off the tent and the torches.
Yippee! Yippee!
Okay, party. Equipped now, waking up and preparing for your sojourner into the forest. Is there anything you guys would like to do at camp?
Yes. Gale will awaken and kind of come from the tent. Beautiful locks as if they just came out of rollers. And he will have his leather lightly like laced, right? So he's coming out of the tent and lacing up the leather of like the front of his bodice. And looks quite rested. Seems to be smiling at everybody as they prepare to leave.
I gotta ask, who roomed with Sleeping Beauty last night?
I don't think
I don't
anybody
know.
did.
Because we have our tents are two people tents.
The guard did.
Yes.
The guard did.
There's dangers in that tent.
He also leaves the tent quite well rested. Maybe
Oh,
a little
does he?
less rested than Gil.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna feel bad for anyone who bunks with Pim, because it's gonna be just like sprawled out.
Camp is packed, equipment prepared, the party now gathered once more and led by the guardsman who's sort of rolling his shoulders, having put all of his equipment back on, grunting partially as he sort of chews on some jerky as they walk. Begins to lead you the rest of the way. Anything else for the party before we move hexes again?
I think as we walk, compromise would sort of go between parties and try to get an idea of essentially people's proficiency, what they can do. Just as a general sense of essentially getting an idea of what the party makeup is.
I'm strong
Yes, you are.
and durable. That's about it.
When Compromise gets to Beck, He is dressed entirely in a sort of heraldic suit of plate armor. He has a longsword sheathed on the left side of his waist, a shield slung on his back, and as he walks, in his hand is a huge Tyrosian longbow, a flat bow, actually. And there's a quiver on his right hip, across his right thigh, with several arrows.
She side-eyes the bow. How well do you know how to use such a thing?
Well, I am from Tyros. Have never met a boy above 16 that doesn't know how to fire one of these.
She nods as if this makes perfect sense. For her own part, her pack is well organized, though stuffed with as much as she can probably carry. On it would also be a longbow and quiver. And for her own part, she would not be wearing any armor, just simpler traveler's clothes. Black boots, brown breeches, white blouse with a sort of black corset around her waist that houses the belts that hold her 3 daggers.
Beck does study her accoutrements, seeing the very many daggers and finding it novel with a crunched up look. But he smirks nonetheless, keeping it pleasant.
Well, you seem well prepared as well.
She smiles. Well prepared for perhaps a hunt of men. I guess we'll see how well prepared we are for this source of magic.
I'm not too worried about the magic. It's the maulings, as are in my head. Have you ever fought them before?
She considers. Yes. Not alone.
I wouldn't fight them alone.
I have fought them as well, but didn't end well for me.
I see. Well, you're alive, so considering the stories, that seems well enough.
I suppose. Better than most can say.
Well, we're dead.
No. There are no issues as you travel with the guardsman at the helm.
Higher the better.
Nice.
Who sort of allows you guys to have these conversations like uninterrupted until eventually you would arrive at the literal border of the forest, this dense wall of like looming pine trees that are sort of tightly pressed together, but you can see the place that you're about to enter through has a sort of broken or decrepit stone archway, something that's been in need of repair for decades now, but has seen no help. You would see overgrown with vines and moss, the various loose cobblestone that sort of surrounds around it, that then leads further in like a sort of natural path. It's here that the guardsman informs you this will be his last night with you. Once morning breaks, he will depart and you will head into the Golden Woods.
Thank you so much for your assistance.
It's my pleasure.
Did we learn his name? Did Beck when they share the wash?
Richard.
Richard.
His name's Dick.
Gale will nod to him and say, "Really? You're going to be leaving us that soon, Richard?"
High or low, Gale?
Did you fuck this man?
That's what we're figuring out. Did you fuck this man?
Did you fuck this guy?
Hi!
Did you dick Richard?
Did you, Dick Richard?
No, that's no absurd of yours, okay? I was asleep the whole night, a pure gentleman.
Did you do anything to this man?
No, I'm just...
Did you suck this man?
Only if he asked.
Don't come to my tent or I'll suck your dick. I'm in your blood.
Only if he asked. Did he ask?
No. With a
Did
9.
you think he wanted to?
With a 9, he did not. He doesn't sort of regard you in any sort of differing way. It's very unclear what Richard's preferences are.
Gale is frowning, a feigned frown, as he asked the question.
I am needed back at the barony. As I said, we'll be doing patrols around the Golden Woods. I'm certain we'll see each other again.
Of course. Thank you for taking us here, Richard. I hope we can have that spa someday.
As do I.
Whatever will we do without you?
Don't
He throws his
worry,
arm
Gale.
over his face.
Don't worry, Gale. I can bunk with you tonight.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't be like that.
Still a no.
I think I will be like that.
But I do rather like to hear how you start your mornings, if you would care to share with me.
Oh, certainly.
Do be safe when you leave us, Richard, if I forget to tell you.
Thank you. Sort of
kiss.
taking you in for a moment and then beginning to help you guys set up camp. With this one, because it was such a high roll, with Richard's assistance, there is no need for watches tonight. Everybody is able to get a full rest, and just to make sure that everybody's sheet is on the up and up and there's no weird issues that have happened during the process of character creation, why doesn't everybody hit the long rest button for me?
Hit the button.
It should, if there are any issues, it should rectify them by giving back hit dice, giving back your full hit points and abilities.
Ooh. DM.
Yes.
What is today?
The 21st.
This is the second let out. This is the end of the 21st day.
Wonderful.
When you guys wake up here in just a moment, it'll be the 22nd of dawn. Speaking of such, with the assistance of Richard, the party does not need to watch for tonight, thus allowing you all to take your long rest and wake up in the morning. I'm going to roll for the weather.
I'm going to wake up Gale.
You got one last chance tonight, Momo.
What do you mean?
He's leaving us in the morning.
Only
Shoot your
if he
shot.
wanted to.
Shoot your shot!
With an 8, the rain is gone entirely, replaced instead with a beautiful rising sun that creates all manner of this myriad of colors that decorate the morning sky.
Yeah!
Beautiful! I'm the pot at the end of the rainbow.
Oh. Why is the rainbow made of blood?
Resting, well rested as you are, the party awakes.
Damn, that really got her.
Oh, shit.
And you all begin to break down camp.
Can I roll again?
High,
Your shot. Do
high or low?
Hi.
The first seed of many.
Oh
Oof,
boy.
No,
You are
still not interested.
Getting closer.
My man's like, I have a wife.
I'm coming back for you, baby.
Unfortunate.
I have a wife, but these
Coming back for you.
adventurers.
Wait. Wait a minute.
What?
I don't even get a roll like performance or
Persuasion.
Performance.
Swing.
Performance is to the best.
Alright.
I can try. I
I
can
start
prance
gyrating.
around.
Listen,
How
hear me
last
out.
game? He's playing hard to get.
Richard could be like, listen, I got a wife and kids at home, but also these adventurers haven't really come back alive yet, so
We couldn't make
If no
it
one
back.
knows.
Richard.
no one
last
knows.
one.
Why don't you roll me an insight check?
Wait, Gale needs to choose. It's either Richard or it's the umbrella. Like, come on. That's far too many rewards.
I'm
Turns
an
out-
overachiever.
14.
Richard has a husband.
14. You would find that at least over the course of the night, if you spoke with Richard at all, Richard is playing hard to get.
Oh my god.
I do love a good
He's
house.
like, this guy's
Richard-
too beautiful. I have to make him work.
Richard's like, you're way too pretty. You're obviously up to, you want something, you're up to something. I'm
I told you.
interested, but also you probably have baggage.
No, I couldn't. You have baggage. Yeah.
He's right.
Ooh. What's
I called
Richard's
it.
Very
insight?
rude of you.
You're an adventurer, you're very disposable. I
He
don't know
does-
if I'll see you tomorrow.
He doesn't say this, but your experiences in the world would sort of allow you to discern this sort of feeling from Richard.
What's Richard's insight?
What's Richard's insight?
Yeah.
Let's roll. The fake tears.
But Richard.
But Richard,
Baggage. Lol.
come now, Richard.
My
No
love.
one's touched my pussy in ages.
Oh my god.
I am
Scam.
glad to tell
Sort
you
of.
it was very non-bullshit.
I'm gonna vomit.
Not a having made his own opinions, obviously. Not the most insightful man, but very Tarosian in that regard. Regardless, playing hard to get. Richard would
I'm coming back for you.
pack up his things,
I'm coming back for you, baby.
bidding you all a farewell and
Gil
safe
waves.
journeys. The final farewell wave from Gale, there is a small nod that
The
is
one that got away.
given in response. A faint smirk as they then begin to make their way back through the path they traveled, leaving you here at the edge of the forests. Who's leading the party?
Too roasted.
Right. Now that he's gone, I'm
We can start
the
looting.
loudest here, and I feel as though I should go in the back.
In the bag.
Yes. Walk drag to our group. My ammo is really loud.
Is this Curse of Strahd? What the fuck's going on?
What do you mean?
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I feel like
Sorry,
they're
I
going
just-
to hear you, regardless of where you are, darling.
It just seems to be a waltz in the background. Weird.
It might help if I'm watching our backs, at least.
I'll leave.
No offense, but with your hair that falls over your eyes like that, and he kind of like gestures with like a nonchalant hand towards his face. Can you see quite well?
Just as Gale mentions that, he in fact pulls back his hair over his forehead, adjusting it so he can fit on his barbute,
His what?
his helmet. So, barbute.
What's it look like?
I'll get you an image, actually.
You like to know.
Fine then, keep your secrets.
How about this? 2 abreast, give me a marching order.
Oh, okay.
I put it in TOS.
I think compromise would offer to take point. Looking
Honey.
over everyone.
Honey would take backup point because he's not a leader, but he likes to be in the front.
And Gale would regale his lute as they walk with gentle marching music. But his marching music is probably not the same as actual marching music.
Okay.
We're gonna get ambushed.
With Beck taking up the back.
He would also help Beck put his helmet on properly so his hair doesn't keep falling down into his face. He walks to him, takes it off his head.
It's all okay.
Here, I'll hold your hair back so that it doesn't fall forward when you let it go. If you're going to perform, you need to perform well, or you might as well not wear it at all. And he'd hold his hair back.
You don't have to hold my hair. I just have to. Okay.
He sort of corkscrews the helmet awkwardly, sliding it on and bringing down the visor. It clicks in place, but he still gives it like a testing pull to make sure it's notched in. And then he turns, nodding to Gale.
There. Feel better?
No. And he moves to the back.
Gale would cross his arms like...
Scorned lover moment.
No wonder. I wouldn't wear that. He would turn and walk up towards to Compromise and Honey behind
Beck,
him.
Beck is very loud, by the way, when he walks. The shifting of the chainmail, the reorienting of the plates. He is like a little troop marching
He's
to
like
the
a
sound of
baby.
clinking metal.
Yeah, this is where
Sure.
Compromise's patience is tested for the first time. As she is trying to lead, and behind her he hears chunk, 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 and lute playing.
It's gentle and small. If you can even fucking hear it over clinking fucking tin can.
Go on.
Nothing. She leads ahead, saying nothing yet. There'd just
Then-
be the slightest twitch of her eye.
I need you to pick for me a hex, my dear Compromise.
You know what? Straight into the thick of it.
Perfect.
To the thick of it,
And choose a double trees. Ah.
back
tree.
in the
Roll
back
me.
of the party.
Roll me a d12, please.
Hey, 12. Okay.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Into the thick of it.
As you
The skull
enter
is
the
right
Golden
there.
Woods, I need to figure something out.
The minute we walk through the arch, it's just Gorlin Suneater. He's right there.
He's right there immediately.
I've been waiting for you.
Who the fuck are you?
Holy shit.
Uh,
Why do you want to eat the side?
nothing so egregious, I say.
It's a mountain lion.
As the party travels, Compromise and Honey leading the front, with the others sort of packed behind, you would begin to crest a sort of smaller hill deeper within the thicket. You would realize why this place is called the Golden Woods, first off. There are collections or clusters of sort of quartz-like rocks that make up sort of around the base of these pine trees. And when they catch the light just right, they almost cause the pine trees themselves to turn this sort of golden color.
Ooh, are there any loose bits of that rock?
Absolutely. It is,
I'm picking
of course, just sort of like a polished quartz. But you're more than welcome to take like a small little like fist-sized one if you'd prefer.
Oh, yes, the shiniest one I can find.
Perfect. As this is happening, and you begin to crest the hill that leads you further into the thicket, why doesn't everybody roll me a perception check?
Why not?
Blows on
Very
my
well.
dice. Ugh!
You should not have blown.
I don't have eyes.
Blows
Your
on my
dice.
dice. That's
I don't
all
have
one.
eyes. It's not my fault.
Snake eyes.
He's
I
too
roll,
busy.
why did I roll persuasion? Skill free.
You son of a bitch.
Please don't kill us.
Nature to perceive me.
Please, Mr. Trees.
Honey's too distracted by looking at the golden trees because they're like, oh,
They're the color of honey.
Your attention, those of you, not Beck or Honey, but the others, would hear it first as you begin to crest the hill and then see it. Idle conversation. Sort of a harsher tone, but spoken in common. Distant as it is. One is a sort of deeper voice, the other is lower pitch, or a sort of higher pitch. And as you crest the hill, those of you with the highest perception rolls would see the larger entities first as we map transition.
Look at that.
I'm gonna shid.
We're still hot.
Oh, fuck.
Why do they come?
How much gold is that? Hold on, that's 15. That's...
Before you is the most notable, perhaps, of this entire area. The entity shrouded in this bright crimson cloak. You would see their left hand, which is sort of resting a morning star up on their shoulder, has this sort of strange articulated claw-like gauntlet, but only on that one hand. And you would see in the light that reflects off of it, different colors: red, blue, white, green, and black. The other entities here, goblinoids, numerous goblinoids, in fact, wielding all manner of weaponry and sort of strange piecemeal armor. And of course, the looming ogre that sort of stands in the back of it all. Staring forward, it would be the ogre that sees you and grunts in response to your presence. The other goblins now turning, these chittering voices, as those that are stood upon the boulders also see you now, their bows and arrows in hand. The others turning quickly, brandishing their spears. As the figure in the cloak turns to face you, what are you all doing?
Gale is unfurling his lute and bowing to them in preparation.
Being in front and noting that they have been spotted, Compromise would step in as well, and also sort of accompanying Gale in the bow. Gentle goblinoids and travelers, we are merely passing through. Pay us no mind. As one dagger under the cloak is drawn.
Hi.
It would be who you would realize now to be a human individual, adorned with their sort of medium helmet that they wear. As they turn to face you entirely, you would see that their sort of chainmail that they wear has a sort of scale-like segment to it. These, again, much like the gauntlet, showing differing colors of red, white, black, green, and blue, with a sort of 5-headed pin that keeps the cloak to their back.
It's a Chromie supporter.
This guy is not subtle.
He is
It's a Chromie
not,
supporter.
nor
He's-
does he regard anything you say as he turns back over his shoulders. More rat catchers. Take their gear.
There it is.
We'll shoot an arrow.
How terribly pathetic.
Shooting an arrow?
Oh, we're fighting?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
From the back. Oh,
I'll allow
I
it.
like that music.
oh, you will? Yeah, from the back, you would have by now, dissimulating very slow movement, drawn the arrow, notched it onto the bow. And once he noticed Compromise going for the dagger, he slowly strung it back. And once he saw that forceful turning of the cloaked man, he'd fire the arrow. At this one goblin here, on the rock.
Okay. I'll let you get that off, and then we're rolling initiative.
Neat. Wah.
19 definitely hits.
Sick damage.
Doing my best, okay?
I thought you said you know how to use that thing.
All right. 4 points of piercing damage to the goblin, who sort of reels back this squeal of pain that comes from them. It's initiative.
You don't say.
Everybody go ahead
yeah.
and roll.
Don't forget to click your token.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
That's a lot.
Top of initiative, the one-eyed boss.
Hey, boss.
The boss turns, now looking up to the ogre. You would watch as he points forward. Get him! He's going to use his command ability, allowing the ogre to move. He is going to then move behind some rocks.
Yeah, I like that goblin.
Beck.
Oh, it's me?
Indeed.
Okay, yeah. After firing that arrow with trained practice, Beck would have grabbed 5 of them and immediately impaled them in front of the grass right before him. And in quick succession, it fired 2 arrows again at the archer goblin.
Okay. A 15 just hits. However, 11 points of damage is more than enough to kill it outright.
All right.
Its final death throes as it sort of falls back over the rock.
Then the other arrow will be fired at this one right here. Yes, it's right there.
Let's see it. 17 hits. 6 points of piercing damage against the one-eyed warrior.
Beck would then circumvent the arrows, but keep them within arm's reach and step forward. That's my turn.
Gale.
Gil will, after remarking, the the guy who inished and said they were going to take all of their things and such as pathetic, he would then let his fingers pull against the string of his lute, and out from it will spark this light as an area in front of these lovely bitches will illuminate.
Fairy fire. Okay.
I don't know how to
Ooh.
put it down. I don't know
Okay.
how to put it down. How do I...
It should have given you a little plaque or a little square to put down.
Does it come out from the square, or...
Yeah, there should be like the main square that you should be able to drag around, and then a sort of other square that's like to the bottom right of it.
Okay, so the big square is like... Oh, okay,
Yes.
there we go. Cool.
Perfect. Okay, we'll roll some deck saves.
I wanted to put it there, but it didn't like let me. Because that would have reached all of them.
Marked are these two entities, the other three having succeeded.
They glow with a brilliant, well, I guess it's like a dim light as it cascades over them. And... just checking. After that, Bardic Inspiration's not like a concentration, right?
No.
Okay, cool. As like the movement of the chord rings out and fairy fire lays upon them, Gil will then play another chord as music rips from his lute and will almost look like it's going outward to encircle Honey. And he will use Bardic Inspiration as my bonus action.
Okay. Remember,
I don't know
you'll...
why I rolled.
Okay.
I just clicked the thing to use it.
Gotcha. So, for Bardic Inspiration, Honey, whenever you would like to use it, you would tell Gale, and Gale will roll the Bardic Inspiration die for you.
Okay.
His words will lay upon Honey. Be strong, for you've all we got.
All right.
All right. It is the warrior who just got shot. He is going to reply in kind with his goblin bear bow. And he's going to fire against you, Beck. Dealing 4 points of damage.
He hits.
The arrow finding purchase amidst the chainmail and the plate armor. The goblin then scurrying over the rocks for cover.
I'd say it would have found its way into the joint of his right arm shoulder. Dug in there, the grungy little goblin arrow.
Indeed, this sort of gnarled tip. That is its turn. Honey.
Oh boy, here I go.
That was me, Summer, not Honey. Honey will kind of realize that, oh, this is battle. This is the first time he's done proper battle, like, ever. And he'll kind of get in his head for a second, but he'll feel like the ease of combat nature from the two spirits that reside within him as he kind of lets their influence take over, and he will enter a rage.
Rage.
I'm raging.
Get him. Get him,
I click the
boy.
thing. I click the thing so it uses it.
Perfect.
There you go. Bonus action.
Yeah, and I guess I'm gonna beat the shit out of this guy in front of us. Honey will run in.
in battle
All right.
against the ogre.
Go get him, darling.
Let's fucking go. He swings.
A 16 hits.
Plus 2 to
14
that
points.
damage.
Whoosh. Another -2.
And he will swing again.
That also
Another
hits.
plus 2.
Whoosh.
Uh-oh.
Immediately upon already 2 attacks from Honey, the ogre becomes bloodied and becomes enraged.
For the rest of Honey's party too, his rage doesn't seem more like physical rage because he can't emote, but instead you see his lid kind of like when a kettle is like boiling, the top of it'll sometimes like shimmy back and forth. You see the top of his lid start to like simmer and boil. And that is it for him. He gets ready to take stance and defend his friendos.
Perfect. The warrior goes next. All right. In the back. Now realizing that there is combat, the warrior joins the rest of the fray, drawing its bare bow and leveling a shot against Compromise.
It hits.
Dealing 3 points of piercing damage as a gnarled goblin arrow finds its way into your armor.
There's no armor.
No armor at all. Finding it hits you perfectly.
See. Ow.
Sort of knocking another arrow, it presses itself up against the rock. It is the one-eyed spine cleaver that goes next, marked with the magic. It charges forward regardless. It is going to attack you with its large cutter.
Cutter.
It's cutter. And it
That's a miss.
misses. It's the massive great axe that it wields. Obviously, much like Honey, this thing is way too big for the goblin, but it wields it perfectly. And as it swings down, it cuts into the earth, sort of ripping out this chunk of gravel as it sort of howls in your direction.
Yeah, though she wears no armor, you can tell she's very dexterous and she's basically using the cloak as a way to sort of a shield, furling it over herself so that it's hard to actually see like what is cloth and what is person.
The one-eyed warrior, having almost been hit by the magic, is going to fire a shot against Gale with its bare bow.
Rude.
There's a 19 to hit, dealing 4 points of piercing damage. And I need a Constitution saving throw, please, to maintain concentration on fairy fire.
How dare you?
As he's just kind of taken aback by it. A con saving throw, you said?
Correct. You need to beat a DC 10. That is not enough, I'm afraid. The arrow striking you, and so taken aback, you lose concentration on your fairy fire. That is the warrior's turn. Compromise.
Having already been struck. Who struck her?
It was this one right over here, hiding behind the rock.
There is a certain anger that erupts from her as a goblin dares hit. And she is yeah, all right. We're going to use we're going to do Baleful Interdict on this guy right here.
Brother.
So, hey.
What the fuck?
So, a mark will be placed on him that will do nothing at first and is unseen by most of the party. Just a small, invisible sign that hangs above that. And as a reaction, we will use Flash of Brimstone, which means I will be teleporting to him in an occupied space. So suddenly, in a puff of flame and a reappearance of smoke, Compromise will appear right next to him.
All right.
And that's their reaction and bonus action. And then they are going to attack. Unfurling the Cold Iron Dagger.
A 21 hits. Dealing 8
Damage.
points of piercing.
Wonderful. Now, with an extra attack, does that include attacks with your offhand?
You would just make 2 attacks.
Okay,
So then
well,
if you want to make an offhand attack, that'd be something else entirely. What are you trying to do?
So I'm dual wielding, right?
Oh, okay. Then yeah, you can
Take
just
a-
attack with your other weapon.
Okay. So bonus action to interdict, and then reaction to flash, and then attack. Would the bonus action include the offhand?
No. Your extra attack would include the offhand.
That's what. Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. So it'd be another 2 attacks.
Let's see.
So another attack with the Cold Iron Parrying Dagger.
16 hits. 6 points of damage. More than enough to kill this one-eyed warrior.
All right. And then the interdiction will now move because it moves when they die. Actually, hold on. Yeah, so it's going to be another creature within range. We're going to put it on the ogre. So that ogre has 1 interdiction on him.
Okay.
And then we're going to move.
Gee, teleporting doesn't take your move?
It's a reaction. I don't think it does. Here, I'll show it to you.
I can't read that.
What do you mean you can't read that?
It's in black, brother, on my... I'm in dark mode.
What? Oh, I see.
We'll say for now, it's fine. You still have your movement. I'll look at it after the game to see. Because that's a lot.
Yes.
So go ahead and do your movement.
We're going to hide behind this rock.
Okay.
I think, Yep, that's my turn.
Perfect. Prim.
Alrighty. Well, that was interesting. So as my action, I am going to use my Emboldening Bond. And I'm going to put the magical bond on Beck, myself, and Honey as a sort of luminous laurel of bright verdant oak leaf kind of appears around your head, or, you know, the equivalent thereof. And this allows you, once per turn, to roll a d4 and add it to an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw.
So you'll need to keep track of that when they do their rolls and everything like that. You just slap it on if they want to use it.
And then seeing this guy kind of rolling up on us, I will bonus action cast Spiritual Weapon. And I'm going to summon the weapon behind him.
Hold on, let
Where's
me
the
make a
spiritual
token.
weapon token, DM?
Let me make a token.
Hurry up.
You could just make it like a mote of light or something like that.
DM, I specifically want a golden whip. If you could make that happen, that'd be great.
Dude, the worst thing that you can say to a DM without them knowing that you took a spell is things like spiritual weapon, or I'd like to summon demon, or I'd like to summon a shadow spawn.
How about
And the
find
DM's like, you
familiar?
want a what? You want a what? A shadow what?
Oh, you know.
All the color drained from my face the moment I heard spiritual weapon.
Sorry.
You should have known this was going to happen. Cleric,
It's so
man.
good though. It's a good spell.
It's too good not to have. There we go. There we go.
I love it.
Behold, the rusty iron dagger.
More
Hey.
like a bronze sword.
Shut up.
It's beautiful.
And,
Look at him go.
Oh, shit.
It's glowing.
Yeah. Oh god. And
Okay.
it bashes that motherfucker.
Dealing 11 points. All right.
As they kind of summon a sort of mimic of their own mace in their hand with like this handle that kind of mimics the trunk of a large tree, like a redwood, and the flanges almost making like a branch-like shape. It just appears and then cracks this goblinoid upside the back of the head.
Okay. Are they tangible things?
Nope, they cannot be attacked.
Okay.
Hey, ghostly.
You are
It's a
now concentrating.
Yep.
Are you concentrating?
Actually, no. Spiritual weapon is not a concentration
For
spell.
fuck's sake.
That's why it's really good. It's just there.
Okay.
It can move too.
Yep, it sure can. Give me.
Understood.
It
What else you
doesn't
doing?
get AOPs though, sadly.
That is. There will just be the slightest, goatly / deer-like back, as they just have out their mace and shield.
A retreating frolic.
Okay.
A retreating frolic, exactly.
That's your
I
turn?
did my mischief. I'm leaving. Yes.
All right. The one-eyed stalker goes. Ooh. They're going to move up. And they are going to use Summon Shadows. Manifesting around you a sphere of darkness that encompasses all of you that are within it. Finding yourself blinded.
Monka.
I don't have eyes.
You have senses, though.
That's true.
The stalker is then going to throw a goblin poker at Honey. Because you are blinded, it'll be at advantage.
Does it miss?
18 misses. All right. Dink, bouncing off of the ceramic
Just a little dink.
flittering into the darkness somewhere never to be seen again.
Who did that?
You hear something, just the sound of ceramic getting ding.
Oh no, honey, she said.
It is the one-eyed executioner or the one-eyed ogre that goes, enraged by having been bloodied. The ogre. The ogre is going to, let's see. They are going to trample. Bashing through those that are in front of them, and as they do, swinging their man crusher against Honey, Gale, and Pim. That is a 19 to hit Honey.
It hits, but because I'm raging, I take half damage, so
Indeed.
only 6.
12 reduced down to 6. Against Gale. 17 to hit.
Misses.
It
Or
hits.
well,
Gale.
I'd say... Oh, Gale, sorry.
Thank you. And then Pim. 21. Do you have any weird cleric effects?
No.
Okay. As it rushes through, slamming its man crusher against all three of you, it finds itself emerging on the other side, now sort of looming over the party as a whole. The one-eyed warrior will go next. They're going to run up, and with their goblin slicer, attempt to make an attack against Honey.
Can they see into the darkness?
They can.
No, sir.
As part of being the one-eyed tribe, there are a lot of unique things that they gave up to be able to do. Seeing into magical darkness appears to be one of them.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, they're all warlocks.
And 11 misses. The one-eyed soothsayer goes next. Dink. Yeah, dink again. Ooh.
Pay no attention to the tiefling behind the rock.
They are going to attempt to cast a Brittlebone Hex upon Compromise. I need a Constitution saving throw, please.
Dab.
Ooh.
Dab.
Ooh!
Dab.
Despite the sort of feeling of your joints and your sort of ligaments beginning to twist and grind against themselves, your natural constitution, that infernal constitution as a tiefling, forces the energy back, breaking the hex in this sort of shattering of glass, causing the soothsayer to curse in Goblin. Is going to back up.
Not another
realizing
curse.
its effect didn't work. The Draconic Knave goes next. Shouting commands still. They are going to make their way over to Honey, as Honey is in the forefront. And with their 2 attacks, they're going to make a Morning Star attack and then a Shield Bash.
Can he see in the dark?
Thank you very much. He cannot.
Dab, dab, dab.
You're right. It would be moving up.
No!
And then
Wait.
Javelin
Holy
tosses
shit.
against Compromise.
Holy shit!
Thank you.
He is going to use Exploit Opening.
I see.
Rearing back with a javelin, he hurls it, attempting to strike you. 21 to hit.
It hits.
6 points. Rearing back with another javelin. A 14 misses. You would hear him as he sort of draws the Morning Star. Come on then, rat catcher. The warrior goes. Dum, 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 dum. Hello. I'll take.
Hoi.
An advantage because you're blinded. It misses. Dink. The goblin.
Hey, that tickled.
It's not meant to tickle. The goblin Deadeye will go. It is going to, with its goblin bear bow, it's going to fire against Gale. Seeing another ranger, an enemy.
They're probably bad shots because they have shitty death perception, right?
No.
Very well.
They miss because of your armor. Think.
I've been training since birth.
How long have you been born?
5 minutes.
Ah. I'm a better shot than me dad. The goblin, or the one-eyed spine cleaver, will join the fray, making an attack with its large cutter. Dink!
Think.
Oh my god.
Against all odds, these goblins can't hit these tiny pot for shit.
He's just like us, sir. He's small.
He's small, me lord.
We go for the knees, but we can't reach him, sir. What do we do?
He's going to dash. Dum, 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 dum. Hey.
Oh, he's dashing.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Gay. Oh, it's the one-eyed boss. Never mind.
Gale is the one-eyed boss.
Well, you found me out, surprise.
Rushing forward, now seeing that his men have control of it, he is going to shout in Goblin, "Get reckless!" And his men are going to start going a little berserk.
Oh my god. They're going ham.
They're going insane.
They're going fucking
You
ballistic.
ever just want to lose your shit?
They took my mechanic, dude.
Bro.
Why are all the small people raging? What is this? What?
Oh,
Everyone under 5 feet, lose your shit now!
Go fucking insane.
Go insane in the membrane.
You must be this short to go wild.
Beck, blinded, shrouded in darkness. What are you doing?
I would like to attempt and step out of the darkness.
Okay. Why don't you roll me a... why don't you roll me a d6?
Very well.
Okay, you can move any direction you want.
Nice. Yeah, as Vex steps out of the darkness, he's
Oh.
greeting his teeth. Oh,
Touching the circle, you're still in the darkness.
okay, we step further away.
There you go.
Yeah, he takes a sort of violent hold of the arrow and better into his shoulder, and like a brutal squeeze, he splits it and then pushes it out the other end. He'll discard his bow, brandish his sword, and yes, charge. And as he lands here, he, with a sort of double grip on his bastard sword, lay it on the assassin.
Okay.
I am no longer blinded, right?
Correct.
Neat. Take that. Let's hit him now.
A 9 misses. However, because of the Get Reckless command, you have advantage.
Oh, nice.
Pongers.
A 9 does not hit.
Good thing you got extra attack,
Your
right?
bastard sword, the first strike, parried by the one-eyed stalker.
Okay, let's see the second attack.
Please. Please don't. Please.
Advantage.
Oh my god.
I do believe I have that bond with my good cleric friend.
True.
You can roll a d4. All right, I'll roll a d4 for you.
Yo, give me a hand over here. What's going on?
Thank God.
Making it just enough to hit.
Right, so the way it works is Beck doesn't try to go under the parry, but rather he tries to force his way through it, break through it. And it's Prim's blessing that gives him the strength to smash through both daggers and embed the blade into the assassin's shoulder. And we're going to action search.
Oh my god.
Yes.
It's just goblins.
He's doing it.
Let's see.
Unleash hell.
He's really doing it.
A surge of adrenaline.
Yes. And in a rush, a blur of violent movement, we're gonna get parried again. What?
Dink. Dink.
Oh
Can the
boy.
cleric help again? What's going on?
It's once per turn, buddy.
Yeah, once per turn.
Okay, 14 hits, no?
No.
Doesn't hit? No, we good? Okay. Another attack.
A 17 hits. Good.
Oh my God.
Woo-hoo.
You were trying, you were
Ooh-wee.
trying.
Hooey.
Upon becoming bloodied, the one-eyed stalker will vanish.
Alright, goodbye.
It's a shame the mist is not concentration.
Fucking smoke mom.
Oh, no, it is. They take any damage. It ends.
Oh, there we go.
I'm
Oh, I see this
surrounded.
now.
Pop one, be like,
I'm
I like.
surrounded.
I can see.
I like it
Looks
though.
around.
I don't want to see.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Elder?
We are moving back. I believe we're about to prime an attack of opportunity as we move
You'll prime 2
Oh,
attacks
he's
of
fine.
opportunity.
two.
2.
Ooh.
I don't think the assassin
course.
actually moved.
Yes, he's still there. You're right.
He's just
That's fine. We're
He's
taking
just
the risk.
invisible now.
Beck's having an NPC moment.
As a 23 to hit with
It
backstab.
is.
You are now bleeding. As you suffer 8 points.
Always with this bleeding heart of mine.
Ooh, we bleed.
And then the one-eyed boss, ever the opportunist, will make a swing at you.
Is it an advantage?
Yeah,
Because they're reckless.
Yes.
Oh, the reckless.
They're
Yeah.
reckless.
the boss told his men to get reckless.
Go wild.
And they did.
Go stupid, go wild.
So at the start of your next turn, unless you are healed before then, Mr. Beck, you will bleed.
We all bleed. That's my turn. Unless you want to hit me some more.
Yeah. No. Gale, you realize there's a looming figure behind you.
He will turn and kind of make this like face where he exclaims, "How dare you touch me, you vile creature!" And he will use unsettling words,
Okay.
speaking to him. I don't know why it rolled. Anyway, and marking him with his words as they come out like vile, seeping from his mouth. And as my action, I will be casting Hold Person on this rather large brute of a thing.
Let me double check. Person on goblins.
Are they
On
not
ogre.
humanoid?
I know goblins are humanoid. I don't know about ogres.
Ogre is giant. He is not humanoid. Hello, I'm a subspecies of giant.
Wow.
Reminder.
The more you know.
Gil's words will instead, they will tangent off into these vile whispers. And I will use Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
Fuck yeah!
Let's go get him off the map.
Ooh, wisdom saves. They're real good at those.
Don't say that.
Real good at wisdom saves. Real good.
It's a 9.
9 points. Something damage. Reaction if available to. Shit.
Nice.
Provoking an attack of opportunity from Prim, Gale, and Humming.
I will take it.
I'll take.
I will
I'll take it
also
away.
take it. I will also take it.
Get him, boys.
I don't
Plus
think
2.
that'll be. I don't think that'll be necessary.
Can I,
And
Can you use Fang to bite as an attack?
You're gonna bite this ogre as it's running past. You're gonna lose your teeth.
True.
Gale gets dragged
Very
along.
strong.
You're gonna get dragged. You're gonna get dragged along.
I just cut into him a little, like.
Sure. You're gonna bite this guy in front of everybody.
Just like that? On God?
Raise his eyebrow at.
Is he in the mood?
You tell me.
also, would our opportunity attacks be at advantage as well?
Yes, because he is enraged.
Oh, let me roll
Oh, he
again
has
then.
he has a reckless.
Alrighty. Well, give it a shot.
A +2 to my damage, Mr. DM.
Indeed, indeed. All strikes hitting the ogre.
Is he dead?
No.
In that case, I activate Baleful Interdict. He takes
Alright.
2d6 necrotic.
Roll it.
And I get 2 HP.
Go ahead and add that to your sheet as you activate Baleful Interdict. Searing the mark.
Yep. Suddenly, a mark shows above the ogre's head. This icy pentagram that shatters as his veins start to go black. Necrotic damage takes over his body.
Alright, and I believe... how this much on damage? Takes things It just moved obviously dangerous ground. I believe next turn it can do all of its stuff normally. After being affected by dissonant whispers. Doesn't look like it has a lingering effect. Just forces it to run away for now.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. Anything else, Gale?
How tall do these look?
Are you trying to scale on top of them?
Nope. I just want to see if I can stand behind them with my 5'8" self.
Yes, you can get behind them for cover.
Beautiful. And Gale will kind of like, in the movement where he shakes, pulls the rapier out from his back and cuts into the side of this, he'll shake it off and kind of poise it in front of him, stepping backward to behind here.
Perfect.
Poising himself.
Kerchow.
I said poising, not posing. He's probably doing that too.
We know.
All right. The warrior goes. Seeing Pim by themselves is going to make a bow shot. I believe a 14 misses.
It clambers off the shield, the emblazoned oak and butterfly, just peeling off the attack.
All right. Leaving Honey facing a horde of goblins.
He
Not
will
alone.
swing.
He's inspired.
Yes, still enraged. He will swing at the one in front of him. With advantage. Just in case, you know, I'm a crit fisher for 17 damage.
Nice.
And seeing that it's still up, he'll do it again.
Indeed. As the spine cleaver gets bloodied, you watch as its body begins to shudder and react.
Plus 2.
Next strike hits.
Pokemon.
No, they're durable little fellas, ain't they?
Some of them are, some are not.
I will stay. Actually, I will move over once to try to entice this man to hit me.
Okay.
Okay, and that's it for me!
And tax of opportunity.
Technically, I didn't leave his range, did I?
This guy.
Oh, true.
Hello.
I'd like to use my reaction.
To intercept. Okay.
Yes.
Sick.
As the spear comes plunging in an upward swing, Vec pushes it out of the way, cutting into the wood.
The spear going upwards, you see the goblin turn to look at you. Not fair.
You face me now, little shit.
All right. That was your turn, honey?
Yes.
Very well. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, 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 dum. I shoot an arrow.
Summer has named their plot Honey, just so that the entire session can continuously be called Honey. Every time.
Hi, honey. How you doing?
Hi, Honey. Is it the end of your turn, Honey?
Going to take a shot at honey. Hiya!
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
you will.
Honey.
That's a miss.
The arrow shatters on impact. They look down at
That's
their
a
bow,
hardened jar.
look up at the jar.
The jar waves.
It
It's
is
sat in a lot of lava.
the spine cleaver. Emboldened is going to attack. So 23 to hit. Dealing 13 reduced.
Yes.
This one actually finding purchase against the jar, inspiring the others. All hope is not lost. Compromise.
Wonderful. Yeah, that guy's gesturing for me to attack him.
What guy?
The chromatic dude.
I don't remember him gesturing at you. If I said that, then sure.
All right. Well, I guess
I know he threw 2 javelins at you.
He did do that. He did do that.
Not fair.
Ooh, how tall is this rock?
Tall.
Is it block sight?
Yes.
Okay. Should we put myself in a predicament? Is this guy in front of you raging? Or going ham?
Doesn't look like it yet,
I see.
but he's aching for a fight.
So be it. I attack.
Very well.
Pulled Iron Parrying Dagger. Out of you.
A 14 just hits.
Nice. Bonus action, offhand dagger.
Okay. You have the like duelist thing that lets you add your, or dual wielder that lets you add your
I
damage.
have something called Dagger Edit.
Bet. Very well. Ah! He becomes bloodied. And
There
becomes
it is.
enraged.
There it is. Okay, well, we attack again.
Bet. A 15 hits.
Nice. Do I attack with the offhand?
I believe you already did. You did dagger, dagger, and then offhand dagger.
Okay, so extra attack does not affect offhands.
No. So you would get 2 attacks, and then your bonus action could be spent to do the offhand, which is what you did.
Gotcha. Okay. That's kind of weird.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah. We're gonna Searing Smite that.
You're what?
We're gonna smite it.
She's gonna what?
Hey, did I tell you that I was a Zariel tiefling?
Nope. What do you mean smite? What do you mean? What are you doing?
Searing Smite.
You already. What are you talking about? You already did your bonus action.
Isn't it? It's not a bonus action, is it?
Literally says
Oh, it is
bonus
a bonus
action.
All right, well, it just
Bonus
says
action
next time you hit a
concentration.
creature. Okay, I don't Searing Smite. Fine.
Next time you prime it and then you hit.
Oh.
That's how smites work. Unless it's divine smite.
I look back. What the fuck? I don't like that.
Okay, so I don't play paladins, and ta-da! Spoilers. Whoops.
Whoops. We'll delete that.
Ah.
Anything else on your turn?
No. No.
All right. Pam,
Hi.
you are out in the open.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. We're gonna use the bonus action to move our little swordy dude. And we're gonna strike.
Very good.
Spirit weapon. Don't consume the spell slot.
At advantage. That hits.
And yeah, so the spectral flange just kind of again sinks into the back of the head of this goblinoid. And there's a little bit of a chuckle as we're going to request a dexterity save as we cast Sacred Flame.
Holy shit, the Peace Cleric's killing! She's laughing!
Oh, God.
Murdering, even.
Hey, I'm real good at dex saves. Real good. Real good.
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah,
baby!
you said real good!
Real good!
See? You had to say something.
He doesn't.
Nothing happens to it. It goes. Oh.
Now that's no
Puny
fun.
god.
It bent down to pick up a rock, dodging the flame.
Grazing whatever thin hairs are at the top of its head.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
What in
Well,
the
that's-
fuck?
It got real bro or something.
Well, that's no fun.
And
I love you, Rock.
This rock is my new best friend.
And, yeah.
All right. Anything else on your turn?
That's everything I got.
All right. It is the stalker's turn. Hey, boss.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, I'm gonna stab you now.
All right.
That is with a flanking bonus, makes that a 21.
Does he attack at advantage?
No, he's flanking.
Oh, but I'm asking if he still has the advantage.
Ooh, you're right. He does. Thank you.
Well, given that he attacked at advantage, he would take 3 radiant damage.
Okay.
Ooh.
Stabbing you, dealing 6 points, and sort of burying the dagger into that weak spot. It would sort of cause this immediate flash of the armor. Something you've seen a few times, but now sort of activating the lights sort of emerging from the pauldrons and then illuminating the entirety of your armor, flashing briefly around. And you would watch as this goblin, this one-eyed stalker, sort of hand comes up to shield itself, the radiant damage sort of encompassing it and evaporating the goblin.
Holy
As it only had 2 hit
Holy
points
shit.
left.
Oh,
Yeah, Beck
It's-
is entirely unaware of that.
oh, we can't get the ears from that one.
It was literally, and then just gone.
Damn.
Fuck, we can't get his ears.
That's what a D100 item will get you. Hoo-wee.
No one even remembered him existing.
Erased from time.
I imagine he
That
would have
shit's
felt the
sad.
prickle, looked over his shoulder, and it's just ashes.
Weird.
Scattered to the wind. All right. It is the executioner. Seeing its gobby friend die. No, murderer!
Hey, mate. Hello.
I'm a bunk you now.
Bunk me, will ya?
Yeah.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, he will.
Guess he will.
Whack!
Well, armor again, I guess.
I need to look at that armor.
That's some pretty good armor. I don't know
I think that
what it is.
means
I mean, they all have
the
advantage.
charges.
It doesn't have any charges. Oh my god.
The brilliant light once more flaring up. You're realizing something's wrong now. It shouldn't be happening this frequently. However, the executioner is still standing. Oop, I forgot to roll for its ability.
I think it's good. Not all things will have advantage against him.
The warrior goes.
Oh my god.
Landing a hit, although only dealing 5 points of damage against the jar. You would hear again, not fair!
It's not fair you're getting to attack so much. There's so many of you.
I'm gonna eat all of you.
Oh my
There's
god.
so many of you. This is clearly not an honorable fight.
Fucking rock.
The soothsayer goes. Hey, Beck. Meh. It's gonna cast Dizzying Hex on you.
Oh shit.
I need a wisdom save.
Is that a wisdom save, sir?
It is.
Yeah.
Is that one of them wisdom ones?
It is.
Yeah.
Very well, very well, very well.
Your world begins to spin, and you fall prone.
Uh-oh.
Down to the ground.
The goblins grin. Soothsayer is going to move over.
I mean, it's not that bad. They already had advantage against you, so
I know.
Easy.
it's not that bad.
Got him right where I wanted them.
Seeing
Hack at their legs.
everything going on, seeing the spine cleaver fighting, seeing the goblins, one of them just vanishing into a sort of flash of light, the draconic knave, ever the opportunist. Let's see. Ever the opportunist.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Is going to he's going to make his 2 Morningstar attacks against you.
All right, time to make the armor go blinky again, I guess.
Karma go blink.
That is a 21,
It hits.
dealing
Blinky.
10 points as you are prone. Hitting him again.
It's just like this metal plate that they keep hitting, and it's just like lights go off.
Cracked again.
Bonk.
Another 3 points. He's going to use Stay Down, and he's going to like kick your side. I need a Constitution saving throw.
That's so rude.
Holy
They're
my
juggling the man. What the fuck?
God. All right.
Your speed is reduced to 0.
You can use the blessing to get a +4 if you, or a plus 1d4 if you want back.
I would like to use the blessing.
That makes you a 17.
Succeed, and your speed is not reduced to 0. That'd have been very bad for you.
Indeed.
All right. It is the warrior. Looking at the pot. Looking at you. Looking at the pot.
Hit me!
Roll me a charisma check.
Ability check. Here we go.
No.
Boo!
Looks at easy target, looks at
No
indestructible
armor.
pot.
There's no honor here.
A 19 misses. Because he's not flanking with anybody. Stabbing down. Finding no purchase and only hitting the dirt. You would hear again, not fair!
Oh my god.
These guys crack me up.
There's a fucking light show going on over there as they just beat the shit out of him.
What the fuck is that?
It's very bright. I'd cover my eyes, but I can't.
Flashbang out, flashbang out, flashbang out, flashbang out.
The ranger, the Deadeye, is gonna shoot at Honey.
Okay. Base.
Dink.
Dink.
I'm gonna record a porcelain like tinking sound. I'm gonna put on my Go XLR.
Perfect. The spine cleaver facing off against Compromise goes. A 16 misses. Striking into the stone, causing a momentary flash from hitting the quartz. You would hear it, this sort of more feral sound that emerges from it. Not even intelligible. The boss, seeing the success of everything happening, the recklessness falls off from his companions. You would hear as it says, yeah, get him! And he...
Oh, this...
They really don't like you, man.
Ooh.
Medic!
Indeed.
A 18 misses. The sword bouncing off of your armor. Wah!
Flashbang him though. Flashbang him twice.
Yep.
He has to be hit for it to proc.
Yes.
Roger.
All right. At the start of Beck's turn, you bleed, suffering 2 points. You
Yeah.
are surrounded, brother.
So I think we're going to use second wind to get rid of that stinking bleed.
All right.
Wonderful. Indeed. So yeah, Beck, harried on all sides, kicked into, bludgeoned, up and down, up and down. The knave's club is a hammer, and gradually it marks, then dents, then twists Beck's helmet out of shape until one side digs into his battered face. He turns and twists, trying to break free from the many blows, until he's able to point his sword downward, and he momentarily impales it to the ground. From its gleaming point, a sigil spreads out from underneath him. It's a concentric set of lines in the likeness of a crescent moon, through which his sword pierces. From its silver edges, a storm of blades erupt, twisting and churning through the goblinoid lines as he casts Sword Burst. Whoop.
Yeah, damn.
My God.
Ooh,
That
that
is-
roll on damage.
Yeah, that's an AoE there.
Job's done. The ogre absolutely obliterated by that force damage. The swirling blades that emerge from you in that eruption of light, just slicing across the wide frame of the ogre, killing it. The others succeed, however.
But it's good enough to give him a chance to stand up. And Beckalder rises again. Shield in hand, sword out. And that's my turn.
Gale.
Okay. My goodness. Let's see. Gale is going to peek around the edge of the rock here. How many times can you move in a turn?
You have 30 feet of movement, or whatever your feet of movement allows you to move. So you have within that limit.
Okay. He will peek around after like leaning against the rock with his back, kind of assessing his wound, and will let forth a bit of his voice that trickles out and will seek Beck. He will bardic inspiration him. Sorry, just had to click it to use it. You feel inspired as these words meet your ears amidst the fighting. You can do this. Come now. And then he will use the same words to cast Healing Word on him.
Okay.
We like those.
Ooh. Does your bardic inspiration have to be a bonus action? Both of those require bonus action.
I have no idea. I didn't even know it was a bonus. Oh, yes, I did, actually.
Hold on.
There are some DMs that allow you, like, if something is a bonus action, to upgrade that to an action, but that's, I think,
If you
homebrew.
don't, I can just take back the bardic inspiration.
Indeed. Per Jeremy Crawford, which is actually literally talking about bardic inspiration and healing word, the one cannot be used for the other. So if you use a bonus action, you have to forego the other one.
Okay, I'll take back the bardic inspiration for now.
Very well.
Damn you, Crawford.
And heal him for 13. Big
Damn
heal.
you, Crawford!
Big
Still
heal,
have an
big
action,
heal.
though, so that's...
Yes.
Yeah, girl, fuck it up!
In that action, upon his, silvery words that wrap around Beck for healing, he will then lean and shift his weight, cursing the ground next to the goblins here by looking the other way to cast Shatter.
Okay.
I thought I could hit my circle didn't. It said I could hit him.
You are. Those
wanna
three
hit
are
all
all
three
touching
of
the
them.
circle.
Oh, for me it's not a circle. It shows like a weird diamond thing.
It is indeed a circle.
The most constant fucking goblins I've ever seen.
They just rolled. They only have a +1. They just rolled really well.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Let's see. Creature made of inorganic materials such as sound, blah, 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 blah. Or half as much on a success. So still half damage. For that one, which is brutal. Half on that one. This guy is already mortal. And full damage on the seer.
And Gale will yell out for his spell because I'm elaborate and eloquent and I'm playing the bard the way I want to play it. Not even the ground will come to your wake. And that's the shadow, and then he will go back.
I swear to God, if you rhyme that with quick, I'll stab you.
Oh, he said it's shatter, so he said not even the ground will come to your wake. Get it?
I know. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Striking
he's
the
funny.
soothsayer and the warrior in the Deadeye, causing them to reel back, clutching the sides of their head from the thunderous strike. And you move back. Anything else on your turn?
That's it.
Stud. The warrior. We're jumping up and pushing the other goblin's body off the rock.
Now fuck you!
Move over!
It's my time!
It's going to take a shot at him.
My turn! My turn on the X rock.
Landing at your feet.
Kind of like follows the arc and just like watches it as it just like limply dinks into the ground in front of them.
You would hear, "Stupid bow!" Honey!
Well, to try to get rid of some of these ads, I'm gonna go for the ones that I think are weaker, so I'm going to hit the boy below me
Very well.
first.
Don't hit me, I'm just a little goblin, please. I'm just a little goblin! I'm just a little goblin! I don't have that many hit points, please!
Yes, you!
I love that meme.
And then, I'm going to hit the Chromatic Knight, because flanking.
Executed
Is it
with
flanking?
impunity. Yes, you have a +2 bonus to your attack rolls.
Nice.
A 25 definitely hits.
Plus 2 damage.
Oh! Think you're
Well,
clever.
He's gonna keep simmering with his pot, the top of his pot just like rumbling.
I'm not clever. You're just in a bad spot.
You moved there.
He looks around.
Right.
Fuck.
Also, you're very flashy for being in Tyros. Like, this whole thing, even I know, and I haven't been alive for too long, that's a no-no.
You're literally a pot. Shut up.
Gale takes offense.
Oh, you ended your turn. Oh my god.
Yeah, we can end our own turns.
I wasn't ready for. Hold on.
Oh, you do that?
You just click the intern button.
Dum.
Where's that button?
Hey, my turn.
At the bottom of the combat tracker, when it's your turn, it'll like show an end turn button.
Ooh, amazing.
Damn it!
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
The goblin attacks, flanking with the draconic knave against Honey.
Think.
That's a 9. Dink. You see them begin to shake with rage. Compromise.
I need this guy out of my face.
Fight me!
You gotta kill him, dude!
Oh my god, fine. I stab.
Fight me!
Actually, hold on. Now can I Smearing Smite?
Yeah, so you would use your bonus action to cast Searing Smite,
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I do that.
and then you make your attack.
Then
The
you
real
slice
this
his ass up.
It thinks I used it, but now I'm using it. Smile. Alright, now we stab him. Alright, we stab him.
Now you will roll the Searing Smite damage and post the Searing Smite card so I see what it does. Target to ignite in flames. Your weapon flares a fire and then attack deals an extra 1d6 fire damage. Go ahead and roll the 1d6. Dealing an additional 2 points of fire damage. Target causes the target to ignite in flames. At the start of each of the turns until the spell ends, the target must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, it takes an extra 1d6. On a success, the spell ends.
Yippee.
Alright, so he's burning right now.
Yeah, he burned.
My flesh!
Yeah, we cut across, this time with the blazing edge, and then cut back with another attack. Shink, shink.
Oh!
Alright,
He is
Can
mortal.
awesome. Can I move around him?
Yeah, you don't have much room to really navigate, though. You have, like, this area beside
okay.
you and then moving back.
Fuck. This fucking nerd.
So you're
Oh my
both
god,
in the
he's
choke
still
point.
standing?
He is mortal.
Oh.
He's thick.
The spine cleavers are girthy lads.
Oh.
I need you dead!
Kill me yourself then, coward!
Fuck! I'm getting there. It's taking forever. God. Checks watch. I think that's my turn.
All right.
Wait, let me do it. I want to do it. It's too late.
Too bad. Damn. Babe.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear my name. Neat. Swordy Boy is gonna move behind this gobbo as a bonus action.
I sure hope nothing bad happens to me while I'm fighting this warrior jar. That'd be most unfortunate.
Sword looms behind him like a fucking JoJo stamp.
I sure hope nothing. Oh!
There's just a little bit of a chuckle. How are Gale and Honey looking?
Honey's
I'm
fine.
very good.
You can see the token on Gale or on Gale or Beck.
Gale, Beck, and Honey, basically.
Gale is, or Beck is
I
blooded.
see Beck is bloodied, yeah.
Gale,
Gil looks like he's holding at like his side or his wound, but he doesn't seem to be bothered much by it. More like his pride got hurt.
Well, still. You know what? Fuck it. I want to use this. We are going to use our Channel Divinity as an action, Balm of Peace. As an action, I can move up to my speed without provoking opportunity attacks, and when I move within 5 feet of another creature, I can decide to give them hit point. So, I will start by moving 5 and restore 2d6 plus 5 Gale.
is it one creature?
No, any.
Fuck, okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And I'll ping Hot Boy and Beck along the way.
She's just frolicking.
Please
Yep.
domain my ass.
Beast domain, more like mage domain.
Hot Boy gains 9,
Thank you.
and Beck regains 13. As a summer wind from seemingly nowhere follows the frolicking of the satyr and heals. Fuck you.
Alright.
Enemy.
What?
Why did you click rending?
Oh, I
forward?
didn't. For when I updated my health, it fucking rolled for some reason. I apologize.
And you killed him.
Well, I don't provoke opportunity attacks, so.
You kidding me?
Dishonor.
I wouldn't have hit her anyways. See?
So there you go. That's my action. That's the bonus action. That's actually I didn't use my move, so I will move 5 back.
And just use your move.
It as an action, I can move as part of the action.
It's free movement.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yep. And back we go.
Oh.
Peace be with you.
Oh no.
You're very
The
peaceful.
soothsayer, preparing another spell, watches as the satyr prances past all of the other goblins, healing their friends, and the soothsayer, sort of scratching the side of their face, goes, "We've lost too many." Is going to cast He's gonna cast Dizzying Hex.
Not again!
Its final cast on Beck.
Here we go.
Oh no.
You need to do better, sir.
As the hex takes hold, you feel the world twist and churn. You feel that bout of nausea as vertigo begins to set in. You would hear, jarbled as it is, but all of you would hear clearly, "Retreat!" And they begin to run. The Draconic Knave, as a bonus action, is going to use Stay Down on Beck.
Fucking rude.
Oh, a kick to your side. Go ahead and roll me a con save.
Let's go.
Ooh. The kick does nothing aside from lift you up partially, your plate mail blocking a majority of it.
I hope it hurt.
I hope you broke your toe, asshole.
They are going to, hearing the call to retreat, and being a very selfish individual, they are going to not take the dodge or the what the fuck's the word am I thinking of?
Engage.
Disengage. Provoking attack of opportunity from Honey, if you would like to take it, and one from Beck at disadvantage.
Honey will not take it, as it is not honorable to hit a retreating enemy.
I'm gonna fuck this guy up. We're gonna use Booming Blade
Okay.
right at his ankles.
Let's see it.
Fuck honor. Hope that hits.
I
Oh wait,
believe-
it has to be a melee
You have
attack
to
and then
roll
it
an
applies
attack.
that. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Ooh. The Draconic Knave is going to use Cowardly Commander. You're going to hit the One-Eyed Warrior instead.
He just puts the warrior in front of him.
He reaching back, he grabs the one-eyed warrior and throws him behind himself, getting caught by your blade. The one-eyed warrior fucking dies instantly. By the way,
That's
Yes. That would be 26 damage.
oh,
that's real fun. Oh my god.
They're then going to use the rest of their movement
Bye.
and then their action to dash. Hearing the call to retreat, the one-eyed Deadeye moving back. Is not going to risk it. Instead, going to retreat with the Soothsayer. The Spine Cleaver is in too deep.
Hey.
They need to make a con save, I believe.
Yes.
I believe he's no longer burning.
I don't believe he is.
Death! He attacks.
All right.
16.
Miss.
That rage becomes even more intense. The one-eyed boss, looking around. Yeah, fuck that.
Fucking cowards.
Dum, 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 dum.
Did he disengage?
No, he ran, but they don't have reactions.
Oh, yeah. Well, Honey does, but I don't think they're going to use it.
Honey's not gonna hit a retreating enemy.
Beck, you are prone still. I need another wisdom save.
Another wisdom save.
You remain dizzy and prone.
DM,
Yeah.
could I shoot from the ground?
Yeah, it'd be a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'd say that Beck would let go of his sword, scramble for his bow, feeling around for an arrow, and on the ground as he is twisting and readjusting onto his back, he'd crane his spine up, sticking out a tongue to bite into as he takes aim towards the Draconic Knave.
Okay.
And we're going to fire once. Ooh, I need to adjust my resource consumption on the bow. Having an issue. I think that's it. No?
If you have it set to actually trying to consume resources, it bugs out.
I imagine 13 misses.
An 11 misses, yes.
All right. He'll fire again.
You
Oh,
do
that
have
was
your
an
dice you can
advantage.
roll. Your
That was,
D4.
Yeah, we're gonna roll our D4 with that 14.
Okay.
I hear you.
Making it just enough. Ah!
That's right. Hurt, motherfucker. Hurt. I believe that is it. Yes, that's my turn.
Okay.
I will try to end it. Right?
Gale.
Gale
Why does
will
my music keep cutting out?
quite upsettingly that they are leaving will step out and move up. Kind of even like ignoring this guy here completely. It will walk right past him with this anger gripping at his rapier.
Hold on. We're gonna see. I'm gonna say hi. He'll attack. Nope, he's focused on Honey.
He will point his blade out, speaking unsettling words into the air. Towards Monsieur Draconic Nate. I was just clicking it to use it, sorry. It removes my bardic inspiration if I click it.
Well, you're spending the bardic inspiration anyway, right?
Yeah, it's just it won't remove it if I don't click the thing.
Gotcha.
And then now I will cast Hold Person.
Hey.
Okay.
Hot.
Oh boy.
Points the rapier as his words come out like a spell from his lips and swirl around his blade out to him.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Woof.
Uh-oh.
You'll say, "How dare you leave after harming me and mine? Stay." His eyes are just dark, like he is very scary of a visage while speaking these unsettling words. And that will be bonus action, movement, my turn.
Okay. The warrior.
The one on the rock.
Ah! Okay. Seeing you cast a spell, fires off a shot. So 23 to hit. And he's going to jump down on the rock, off the rock, landing on his friend, and make his way over. I need a Constitution saving throw. You need to beat DC 10. You maintain concentration on Hold Person.
Nice.
Yeah, he's basically like, "You don't even exist to me."
Honey.
Honey will kind of talk to the goblin in front of him.
Would you like to retreat or would you like to proceed in honorable combat?
Hold on. To the death!
To the death!
And then Honey will hit him.
hearing Honey say to the death.
A 19 definitely hits. 13 points of
Plus 2.
slashing.
Plus 2.
Oh my god. Immediately bloodied.
And then we'll hit him again. I'd like to add my bardic to this Momo.
More than welcome.
Roll the
it
bardic
for me,
inspiration
girl.
die.
Oh, I roll it? I thought you rolled it.
Yeah.
No, you
No,
roll.
you have to roll
That
it.
has been my rule since forever now.
Okay, what is it? What's my
It's your
bardic in- How do I roll it?
What is your bardic inspiration number? It's a D what?
It's a D8, I think. At 5th.
D8, yeah.
Roll a D8.
$13. I'd also like to add my 1d4.
Let's go.
Be inspired.
That hits.
For 12.
Whew. Oh no.
Take my 12 damage, sir. Fuck you. I say, as the player, not as Honey. He's too sweet for that.
I like to fight honorably.
The-
He immediately starts being.
The spine cleaver is 2 hit points and a dream.
End of my turn.
To the death!
To the
Death. 13.
That do hit.
11 reduced to 5.
Yeah.
I'll kill you!
I believe in you.
Compromise.
As compromises.
Faced with a similar, I'll kill you!
As she's like weaving through his attacks, like an acrobatic dancer, she's like, "Look, don't take this personally, but I really need you out of the way and dead." So she suddenly lunges at him and grips him, and will use Infernal Conduit.
Okay.
We're gonna use 2 dice on Infernal Conduit, so that's 2d10.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Welcome to Matt Colville's classes.
I can't read that.
I don't know what to tell you.
Why is it in black?
I don't know.
I can choose the number of dice in the remaining pool. Is it you roll to attack them?
Yes.
And you miss. You reach out, and there the great axe sort of slams upwards against your palm, pushing it out of the way.
Yeah, it's a melee spell attack. Do you get extra attack for spell attacks?
No.
Okay. Stop moving, she shouts.
To the death!
Come here. She's like trying to grab him.
Cacophony of death.
Alright, that's it. Bonus action, barrel in her dick.
Okay.
She's starting to get a little frustrated. He's marked.
Very well.
Alright, that's my turn.
Perfect. Pim!
Okey-dokey. So 20 feet of movement bonus action to get my sword over there. It's gonna attack the one over here.
To the death!
To the death, indeed. I don't.
You miss!
It misses, but a shame.
Just die!
You have to kill me!
And, seeing this one, does it have like some kind of horned helm on?
It has
looks
like a small like wolf helm, like a wolf skull that it's wearing.
Okay, well, flanking with Honey, I'm gonna do this. kind of tap it on the shoulder with our mace, and then as it turns around, just the horns come up and him actually gores it.
It turns around. What you want? And just
Peace cleric.
sprays Honey in viscera.
And for a moment, Honey would see the phase features look abnormally sharp before returning to their rather placid look.
Peace achieved.
Exactly. Mission accomplished banner.
Peace God.
Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's good.
All right. It is the soothsayer. Ooh, but it doesn't matter. The soothsayer, looking back, seeing the entities that reside behind, is going to use To Me, channeling infernal magic to pull the knave and the boss to their side.
Rip order.
There's a knave's turn. She's going to roll their wisdom save at the end of their turn, because they can't do anything else. I believe a 16 is a success against your hold person.
Yeah.
No turn, but no longer paralyzed. The Denai. One kill. But run anyway.
You're having too much fun with this.
Honey
Shut
waves
up.
at them as they leave.
Not fair.
Not fair. To the death.
Shut
Oh no.
To the death.
Shut up!
Shut up.
It misses.
She's still dodging. Doing all the fucking weird Neo shit.
The one-eyed boss is going to use command. He's going to use command on the draconic knave. Beck! I need you to roll me a wisdom
Hello.
save.
Yes, Beck will attempt to steady this swerving world by focusing. So he's able to stand up again, hopefully, maybe. Who knows? Here we go. Very well.
Me like the floor.
You still got a D4,
You are...
man.
A D4 would not save him right now.
Oh god.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Throwing up on the floor.
Yeah.
Adding green to the mix.
I don't...
Ooh.
Wait, really? Did I throw up?
Is wisdom your... At this point, yes. The vertigo is fucking you.
Okay, I would say that if he's throwing up, he would fill up his helmet. And he'd have to spend his action just trying to clear it out. Opening his visor and just pulling it up. His hair a mess.
Oh, he got pukey in his hair.
That's my turn.
All right. Gale.
Angered that he can move again. Gale in his vain, upsetty spaghetti brain will walk forward. Stepping forward, the rapier ever at a point. And he will... levy out the blade in front of him to guide his song and his words. And measuring the amount of distance it would take to reach the rude man who left, he will then instead target the one that allowed him to move.
I sure hope nothing bad happens to me.
He will dissonant whisper, sending a whisper across his blade as they form into a magical swirl, and he remakes the magic around him.
I should have loved nothing being in my head. Ah! "11 points of psychic damage. Must use his reaction to move as far away from you as possible."
If you have a moment, I'd like to show you my new Sonic OC. Starts running.
Clutching the side of its head, trying to get the whispers out. For like you would see blood sort of leaking around the large goblin ears.
Ew.
What do you think Dissonant Whispers did?
It's great. Yeah, he is just a terror to behold as his expression hardens and looks intent to continue walking.
Alright. Anything else? No? Alright. The one-eyed warrior, seeing you, is hello. You gotta take a shot.
Hey, Gov.
Hey. Leave me boss alone.
As it hits him, he will turn and spit at the ground towards him, levying his blade at him instead.
And then he runs. Yeah, I ain't staying and fighting. Goodbye.
Hound! Runs away.
Honey, you have no targets except for this one.
Honey. Oh, God. He'll come over here hearing that there's a little bit of fighting still kind of happening over here.
Locked in
You
eternal
can move
conflict.
through the spirit.
Okay. He'll end up right here. And, he'll kind of look at Compromise like, you need help? Oh wait, he doesn't have any expressions. Never mind, I can't do that. I have to get used to the character that doesn't
Wiggle
have a
your
face.
rim. Wiggle your rim.
I guess he'll tap the goblin then, and is like,
Is it okay if it's 2v1?
Let's see. Looks back at you. Looks back at Compromise. Looks back at... I'll get to you in a moment.
Okay,
No,
I'll stay
no.
right here then.
No, hit him.
Are you sure?
As she's dodging.
We're fighting.
Attacks.
To the death.
Is it honorable battle or is it dirty?
The dirtiest.
Okay, well, for it to be honorable, both sides need to agree it's honorable. So you're playing dirty, so I'm going to hit you, okay?
What?
I love the reasoning.
Spine Cleaver, who's only fought Compromise thus far, getting fucking ganked in jungle.
that's an 11?
Fighting.
Oh, thank God.
Fight dirt. Ah!
There you go,
fucking
man.
dead.
Murder in the making.
And he'll walk here and he'll kind of sit on the ground because he doesn't plan on chasing down those people down there. He just does a little thunk.
Compromise. You are covered in viscera.
Yeah. A small price to pay for finally getting out from behind this rock. Oh, geez. Can I pursue? She, like, sort of skips over the dead one, says a quick thank you as she passes by Honey, moves up to here, and then would drop her daggers and whip out her longbow. And she would take a shot at the sorcerer.
All right, the soothsayer.
Soothsayer. Yep, whatever.
The asshole.
That one.
My worst enemy this fight. Heepity hoppity, you're out of the fighty.
Becca's puking. Somebody get help. Call mom. It's bad.
It's everywhere.
Oof.
I didn't know it had chili in it.
Let's see
Call
it.
mom. It's bad.
You can smite a ranged attack, right?
I believe it'll tell you in the smite.
I want to use this one.
With a weapon attack before the spell ends, weapon gleams. Yeah, weapon attack. So yeah.
Perfect. We use Branding Smite as a bonus action. The arrow she knocks is starting to glisten with hellish flame, bright and radiant. She'll let it loose.
Let's see it.
Where's the button?
A 16 just hits. Ooh. Poor radiant roll, though.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Alright, and quick as lightning, she knocks another arrow and fires again for extra attack.
Let's see it. That hits.
Alright. Yep, thunk thunk, and then like as the last one flies, she shouts, "Oh, it's dead! Nice. If we get that trophies, there's more coin in it." Now be your turn.
All right.
I clicked the button.
Pim.
Hello. Yes, seeing that Beck is emptying the contents of his stomach from breakfast, Pim will just kind of like look over. Oh, ew. And
God, I love her.
we're gonna move 35. And that's the goblin boss, right?
Correct.
Okay. Guiding bolt.
All right.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Peace.
Peace. There will be peace when you are gone.
A 14 misses.
I'm going to use my blessing.
All right.
Oh shit!
Oh, an 18 hits. And he is marked. Or actually, he would have the defense down.
As basically a kind of little mote of light kind of like lands on Pim at the end of Pim's mace, like a butterfly, and then they just kind of point out, and this thing initially drifting suddenly takes off like a spearing beam of starlight.
A powerful blast that sends them toppling forward. If it wasn't for the knave to catch them, they'd have fell onto their face.
That's one. Deliver him peace.
And that's my turn.
All right. Jesus Christ. The knave, seeing all of the goblins are dying, you're going to use their action to dash. 30. Or 30-60, sorry. The Deadeye leaves the combat encounter. The Goblin Boss, reeling, is actually able to leave the combat encounter,
Edge.
escaping into the forest. Gale.
What?
Oh, sorry. My thing kicked down. Sorry, Beck. Roll me a wisdom save.
Oh, the spell doesn't go away when the
Nope.
Come on, bud.
It
I
lasts for a
believe.
whole minute until you succeed.
Come on, buddy.
Okay, yeah, alright, yeah, that vile taste still fresh in his throat, that acrid thing. Beck feels at the ground, eyes rolling about dizzily, trying to steady his center of gravity. God, please, come on. Okay.
Oh no!
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
Yeah,
Just dry heaving.
At this point, he's not dry heaving, he's retching. And it's this violent, lurching noise from his chest as he's standing up on his hands, and there's this ugly motley of regurgitated food colors on his chin, his scraggly beard, his swollen lips. That's my turn.
Nice.
All right. Gale.
He will trudge forward, just as he was before. The anger wrought on him.
It's really awkward. We're both going the same way. No hard feelings or anything, right? It's just my job. It's so weird. We're both going the same way. Don't you have friends over there that are hurt or whatever? What are you doing?
Has died.
We will. How do you get back Bardic Inspiration points?
You rest.
You get them all back? Sick. Okay. Perfect. As he steps forward, we're going to bonus action! More unsettling words! Gale is going to mutter them underneath his voice, or under his breath. Something. I'll eat your entrails. Something. Better run. That kind of thing.
Okay.
Before his vicious mockery rings out on his voice.
That's it.
It wouldn't let me roll it. Oh, there it is. Oh, it did roll.
Wisdom saves. So good. So good at those.
He has to re-roll
You
it.
say this every time.
I say it to
I
give
will
them a
use-
chance.
No, he has to re-roll it, as I will use my daily power with my free action to make him re-roll it.
Ooh, from your irrefutable armor.
Yes.
With a -1 to the roll.
He is Jojo walking at him right now.
Yes. Jojo walking so much so, in fact, that those menacing words.
That's a heart attack.
You
holy
killed
shit.
him.
He had no hit points. He died.
Yeah, he just
There's no death.
forces him to die with his mockery, basically. Couldn't even get away. Pathetic. And as long as he can see him, he looks intent to keep moving. So that'll be my turn. Bards are fun.
Honey.
Bards are fun.
Bards are fucking sick. That unsettling words is sick.
Honey, seeing that we are still pursuing, would take one step forward, but then immediately get distracted by the flowers and sit down and start picking the flowers.
Understood. Roll me a nature check.
Oh, yes. Understood.
I love Honey.
These are very pretty purple flowers. You're not sure what type, but they are very pretty.
Do they smell nice?
Yep.
You can smell.
You gotta start picking them.
Fantastic.
That's the end of my turn.
Compromise.
Hey, how far that is that nave?
Far.
That's pretty far. I can't even read the number when I do that.
Very
Is
far.
that 155? Is that within bow range?
Should tell you what your bow says.
Yes, it
You
is.
can
Yeah,
move
it is.
right?
It is. We're gonna move 30. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna fire at him.
Let's see it. A 15 misses.
She tisks, locks another one in quick succession, fires it.
A 10 misses. Both arrows soaring past, causing him to duck as he sort of looks back and keeps running.
Are you not proficient with longbow?
I should be.
You don't have
Oh.
it ticked.
Weird.
Yeah, your first shot would have been an 18.
First shot would have hit.
That's weird.
Ah!
I have martial weapons as a weapon proficiency. Since I don't know why it's
The weapon has to be marked as proficient.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and undo fucking that.
You can just change the weapon.
Yeah, I edited the weapon. Oh wow, look at that! It's +7 now. Holy crap!
All right. First shot hit. Second shot misses.
Nice. Having hit him, or no sooner does she release those two arrows that like one of her ears quirks, she starts like looking around, hearing the retching. What is that?
Oh, that's Beck. He's terribly down.
Looking back, you see Beck surrounded by goblin corpses currently retching.
And trying to get up, but he keeps slipping on like bloody and like slippery mud. Falling on his face, trying to get up again, falling again.
She looks between the fleeing cultist and Beck. And then sighs.
There's
Starts-
pretty flowers back here.
Starts putting away her bow as she would turn. And that'd be the end of my turn.
All right. Pim.
Yeah. I can do. Well, I can do that, but I don't want to. Kind of seeing. Sorry, going first time cleric.
It's okay, first time bard.
What do I do?
First time?
And
Because the
yeah,
first
first
time
time.
for everything.
Yeah. Do I know that it's a magical effect that is affecting Beck?
Roll me a Arcana check.
Sure, I can attempt that.
It's hard to tell. There's no like weird like outward effect, but compared to how they were fighting previously and how they're fighting now, something wrong has currently happened or has recently happened.
Yeah, I can only get here. I'm so far away. Kind of seeing kind of seeing whatchamacallit, the guy retreating and seeing Compromise put away their weapon, and of course Honey has retired to flower picking. Pim's gonna make their way back around, carefully dodging the vomit, frankly.
And, the adjacent pool of congealing goblin blood all around.
Oh, that's no problem. Your vomit is more gross. And, you get a pat on the back. There. And, guidance on, on deck for his next attack.
Perfect.
Holy shit, please.
So that'll be a D4.
Yep. That's it. That's all we're doing.
All right. The knave leaves the combat, fleeing into the forest with the remaining goblins. I need to know, for the pursuing Dampier, are you leaving the party behind to go pursue the knave?
Gale steps forward with this intention, probably about 15 feet. And then we'll stand there for a moment watching him run, cursing him dramatically under his breath. But he will not pursue.
Okay. And with that, combat against the goblins is over. Give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that. All right. We're going to say, because you failed every single roll, Beck,
Thanks.
that curse lasts for the full minute.
Oof.
And
Hey,
as
come on. She gave me guidance. Come
that,
on.
brother, you have not even gotten close. You have failed every single one.
I know.
The guidance soothes you. You stop retching. But the dizzying effect remains for the full minute until eventually your vision clears, no longer blurry. The vertigo now settling as your diaphragm stops spasming and you relax.
Eventually, ends on his back. Pim's touch having done not much to elicit a reaction from him, besides the constant spasming. And when he's facing the sky, Beck isn't really Beck. He's just some guy that looks like him wearing a mascara of mud with coagulating goblin blood mixed in it.
Ew.
His eyes sort of blink off the drying layers and he struggles to see Pim hovering over him.
Oh, ew, oh goodness.
Meanwhile, Pim has like blood along their horns.
I am sorry.
Apology accepted.
Did we win?
I think most of the goblins are dead.
Great. I'm going to lay here for a bit. That's all right.
Oh, that's quite alright. You don't smell very good.
That's okay.
He drapes an arm across his stomach and closes his eyes.
As the heat of battle begins to settle, as the party gathers once more around the numerous slain goblins here of the One-Eyed tribe, a sense of calm washes over the Golden Woods. Your first battle together as a party successful. However, you've earned a nemesis.
Fuck it, we ball.
Who knows when you'll see that draconic knave again? But next time will be a different story.
You'll have an RNG preceded name.
Correct. Until such a point, however, as the party gathers around Beck and their new quarries to carve for the bounty in Sunfall, that's what we're going to call it for tonight.
Nice.
Yippee!
I'd like
Talking.
to say that Vec would not consider this a success from his part.
He do be puking on the ground.
He
He
had
got his shit kicked in.
he had
puked
some of the
in his
highest
helmet.
DPS of the party. Granted, that DPS mostly came from him getting the shit kicked out of him and him going off like a light bulb, but that was still damage, you know.
It was a flickering light bulb.
It was zat
Yes.
zat.
The entire party fight is just the caramel dance in me.
My man, looking like one of those like electric mosquito fucking zappers.
Thank you guys so much for playing. We will meet up next week on the 22nd of January for episode 2, Tales of Sunfall.
What were the stats?
What were the stats?
Stats!
My God.
I want to see how much damage Beck dealt. I want to see how much damage Pot dealt.
I got stuck behind a rock.
I think I did
The
pretty
greased
good as
up goblin.
cleric.
Pot. Wanna see?
Yee.
Let's see. The One-Eyed Executioner, the Ogre, did a total of 54 points of damage. The One-Eyed Boss did a total of 23 points of damage. The Soothsayer did a total of 9 points of damage. But that
Did
doesn't...
more than that. Did more than that.
You crushed that man's ego.
It's not it's not giving me their actual hits. It's just rounding whatever the total was. So let me find the natural 20s and stuff. Where is it? It's hiding from me. Ah, okay. Natural ones. We have... Oh, those aren't right. Oh, these statistics. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
We have Beck with Perception and the Tarosi Flatbow. Honey with Perception. Beck with the Battle-Worn Bastard Sword. The One-Eyed Stalker, missing twice with natural ones. The Draconic Knave, rolling a natural 1 for the Morning Star. And the One-Eyed Bone Cleaver, with another natural 1. Let's see, natural 20s. We also have Beck with the Tarosi Fatbo, Pim with Spiritual Weapon, Compromise with the Con save, the One-Eyed Executioner with the Dex save, the One-Eyed Warriors with their Slicer, their Dex save, and their Wisdom saves. A lot of natural 20s for me this game. Let's see, damage.
A lot of lads.
A lot of lads. Sorry, this whole thing is a mess. It used to be, like, readable. Now it's not.
Oof.
Show me the PCs. Okay. We have most overall damage being Compromise with 142 points of damage. Most damage in one turn is Honey with 43. The highest average damage was the One-Eyed Executioner with 14. The highest damage in one hit was Compromise with 18. Most kills was Pim Stoneseed. Most healing actions was Gale. That doesn't... Maybe.
Pause.
Most support actions was Gale. And the most battlefield actions was Pim.
Yay!
How much damage did you say I do?
You did 142.
That's.
You couldn't kill that one
Are
guy?
you sure that's accurate? Yeah, I'm like,
It
wait a
might
minute.
be including your extra damage from the fiend thing. That's on your
Oh.
attacks.
I don't remember those doing like
Your
double digits. Those did like 6 or so. My God.
On a side note, as I get everything situated, for as long as the players wish to stick around, I'm really sorry that we went longer. We were supposed to end at 4. We obviously went 2 hours over. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We started 2 hours late, so it's fine.
Yeah.
2 hours over is fine with me.
For as long as the players wish to stick around, you do not have to. Feel free to ask any questions pertaining to characters, the game, the campaign, anything like that by highlighting your question with channel points. So to Summer, how was your first session?
I had a great fucking time! I got to boop the snoot of a dragon! First session! I've peaked! I've peaked!
Everything's
It's fucking awesome, by the way.
You're just a little boy. This little baby boy. I had a great time though. This is my first time actually playing a barbarian, so I'm actually like excited for that.
His art, weirdly enough, goes really well with the token. Like, goddamn.
It's insane.
When Honey rages, he's just driven.
I just shouted out the artist on Twitter like a few minutes ago. Mariah did a fucking fantastic job. It looks straight out of Elden Ring.
It really
I love
does.
my little boy.
Hey, Mariah, would you like more money?
Can we combo?
Like,
Mariah!
a D&D party slowly sidling up.
Hey there.
Hey, gamer.
Hello, traveler.
The rest
You
of the
have
party
spot open.
starts like just swatting their door, busting down through the windows. Excuse me, I need a commission.
Me links Mariah in the Discord so my friends can look at her art.
Very
Me
good.
sends the Markiplier.
You sends them, I'm gonna commission you!
Hello, Crown DM. Would you be able to provide a synopsis of this campaign for those who have arrived late to the stream? Yeah, I can read you the little intro thing real quick. It's not that long.
I'm gonna get tissue because my nose bleeding.
All right. Stop dying. In the land of Tyros, in the land of kings, lays the territory of the Etimor. Once belonging to the cruel giant king and his ilk, the land has been transformed and shaped by man, becoming the home of the venerable Warden family, House Ashford, and its many vassals. This land of legend is no stranger to strife, but the same cannot be said for its people. While some cut their teeth on war, others have grown complacent and soft. In a land where might makes right and honor is above all else, there are some who've forgotten the Tarosi ways. Corruption brims beneath the very soil these slavering nobles and heroes would call home, ignorant to the ever-twisting chaos that seeks to claim their home for itself. You, however, you strangers of some repute, find yourself amidst them, not yet tested against the claws that wish to bring the walls of this realm down. But perhaps you're just what this land needs. Will you rise above it all and pull Tyros from the deluge of darkness that seeks to swallow it? or will you fall like the setting sun? We find ourselves here in Sunfall on the 20th of dawn, just before the afternoon arrives. You've all been summoned by Lord Geodric Drakegard, the knightly baron who found himself intrigued by your actions and deeds during the recent tournament. Personally summoned by the baron, you find yourself in his court, stood before him and his draconic advisor. The party are a bunch of adventurers hired by the local baron to deal with a weird magic thingy.
He doesn't want to spoil us.
Smile.
No, I, you know what? It actually makes sense that the Tarosian nobility are like, there's a magic thing somewhere. Deal with it. Do you know anything about it? No. I'm a noble. Deal with it. I throw money at the problem.
Correct. Summer, what are your thoughts on what you've seen so far of Hexploration, welcoming into the fold?
I will admit I have done a hex crawl before in a West Marches, so I'm very familiar with a taking point, moving around, having options to go. I do like that it's limited to 2 per day. It makes it very easy to keep track of where we've actually been, where we're going. And I like the weather system. It's cute. It's a fun, like, little detail to make the world feel more alive.
Don't say that. You say that now, but there's actual weather that will ruin
Give
your
me a
life.
tornado.
There it is.
Fucking tornado.
There are
There it is.
extreme weathers that will hamper
Give me
hex
a fucking
crawling.
tornado.
I love the rain. Blizzard.
I want
I
to
love
imagine
rain.
that's why nobody was able to hit him today. He was just a little too slippery still from all the rain.
God damn it!
Tink. I will be getting a little, like, pottery tink sound for my Go XLR, though, for next week.
Fantastic. I need to go quick, so I'll do the stupid question now. To the party, what's your favorite donut shape, topping, and flavor? Beck, favorite donut.
God. Chocolate donut.
Gale, favorite donut. Gale's dead. Honey, favorite donut.
Regular with just glaze.
Compromise, favorite donut.
Oh shit, there's a particular one. Old-fashioned donut, delicious.
Pim, favorite donut.
Regular donut, chocolate glaze with tons of sprinkles.
My man.
I like maple bars. They're really fucking
Nice.
good.
Oh, shit, you right. The one with bacon on them?
I don't know about that.
Or the maple bacon donuts. Those are pretty good, too.
Whatever. It's very American.
You're goddamn right.
Incredibly American. Holy shit.
For Crowned, does your YouTube house all the prior episodes for each campaign, including something like DOA? Mind linking it? It is currently on the channel. However, uploading to YouTube is a very cumbersome thing. It takes a very long time to upload videos to YouTube. I am slowly doing it. I will be uploading this game and CTF both up there. The other one, I believe, is being uploaded to Momo's channel. What would you have done if someone had something like Expeditious Retreat and chased down the goblins? Well, we would have kept going. I'd have map transitioned to a different map, and we'd have kept the combat going. If it was just them, though, that'd be a very precarious situation to chase down goblins by themselves. I could see that ending up very poorly for that person. To the party, favorite snacks. Beck, what's your favorite snack?
Favorite snack of all time? Cashews.
Gail, what's your favorite snack?
Yes,
I hear movement in the kitchen. Oh.
Welcome
there
back.
she is.
What's your favorite snack, Gail?
Ooh, well, I would say, little peach candies or Faye.
What? Slow down.
There's that the gif of the little kid in McDonald's who's like keeps looking to the side. That's Pim right now.
My
You
God.
see, like, I see, polishing
Well,
horns.
Fey blood just hits different, okay?
Oh, Jesus. Good God.
Understood. Honey,
Very good, very good.
what's your favorite snack?
Honey's favorite snack would be, pottery chips, but for summer, I like anything pickled. Like, I like eating pickled vegetables, regular pickles, I like pickled eggs, pickled beets. I just like fermented food.
Say pickles are pretty great.
I
Compromise.
like pretzels.
That's not what?
And sometimes little biscuits or crackers and cheese. That's like some of my favorite. Crackers and cheese.
Compromise with your favorite snack. You motherfucker.
It's burpees.
Sorry, I just ate it. Me? I love ice cream. Compromise? I feel like she's a dark chocolate kind of girl.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wife.
Which is probably a lot more rare here than it is in modern day America, admittedly. I feel like that's one of like a luxury
Correct.
you probably almost can never find.
Correct. Pim, what's your favorite snack?
Pim's favorite snack probably can't be found on the material plane.
Oh,
But does wine count as a snack?
Sure.
almost
Alright.
probably
Alright.
Alex.
Yeah. And my favorite snack player, definitely like cheeses. I love different cheeses.
My favorite snack.
What is God's favorite snack? Oh, what about in character?
In character?
What's
Sherbet.
Bahamut's favorite snack?
A sherbet.
Bahamut likes sherbet? No wonder this fucking continent's falling apart.
He likes the rainbow sherbet.
Oh, no wonder I love him.
I find a certain irony in it.
Dude, I still can't believe I got to boop a dragon's snoot. That's awesome.
Dragons are very prominent in Tyros. They're all differing personalities and sort of way they interact with mortals. So yeah, expect to meet lots of dragons in this
I'm
adventure.
gonna ask all of them if I can boop their snoots. I gotta collect them all. I gotta boop all the snoots.
It's episode 1 and we've already gotten a cameo.
Yeah, baby.
What the fuck?
It's not a cameo.
Casual.
He's the advisor to Geodric.
Yeah, we saw him in CTF briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's your reoccurring dragon character.
I love
Oh
him.
my God.
I gotta bring him
Sweet.
back flowers.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody, that's right. Super says, I love all the character art. So do I. It all looks very good.
Oh yes.
Shut up.
My
It looks good. Shut up.
Yep.
It looks good.
Yep.
We'll get her drawn. And she'll be even hotter.
What's wrong with you?
Woman.
Milf.
Yeah.
Milf.
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 Stop it.
Milf.
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 Uriel,
Milf.
I got you. We're gonna get it drawn. You wanna know why?
Uh-oh. Why?
Shut the fuck up. Was there a real chance that Gale could have fucked Richard the Guard? Yeah. Why not?
Damn.
Totally.
Gale didn't get Dick's dick.
Richard just was playing hard to get. He was like, chase me.
Chase me, but I know
I-
you won't because you have a mission to do. Mm.
I love
It was me.
you see this grizzled dude who looks like average guard number 63. And like Gale's like coming up to him like, hey baby, and you expect like I have a wife, and he's just like in reality the guards are just like ooh woo pee poo shy.
Adventurers are pretty, man.
I was about to say, adventures are pretty, and of course, the big thing about the world, consent is key. So
He's got like he's got like that big like caterpillar handlebar mustache.
Hi, Mariah. I see you in chat. Kisses.
Mariah!
yeah,
Hey, Mariah, they're interested in commissions.
Hey,
Leans in.
Mariah, what's up, brother man?
What's up, bud?
Hold on, I have to roll.
Yo, what's up?
Wait,
We're friends.
Loses.
Oh, I rolled performance. Either way, that's a 30. Let's
Oh my
go.
god, that's a 30!
Jesus Christ.
Mariah! They're persuading!
I
I'm performing
No, they're
for you.
performing.
Hello.
Please say yes.
This campaign, Tales of Sunfall 2. So what's the time period of this campaign? Is it concurrent with CTF or is it a different timeline? Like, where does it stand with the DO8 time-wise? It is the same time. It is literally a couple days behind CTF. The Tales of Sunfall started on the 20th of Dawn. It is currently, let me check my notes.
Ooh, I'm gonna beat him.
It's
the 29th.
It is the
Is
29th
CT
of Dawn.
Is CTF also level 5?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh my god, we could fight them.
We can. We've existed for
Fight yourself.
6 hours. They've existed for a year.
That's true. They probably have magic items and shit.
They have a lot of magic items.
Dear
However,
God.
After this combat session, these guys are a lot more goated in the combat than CTF. Holy shit.
We got higher DPS
Yeah, we definitely
or
need to look at some classes and some abilities.
we got a lot more AC floating around than CTF does.
I think one person is under a fucking 17.
Yeah.
Everybody else is literally almost 20 armored class.
listen.
Giga Chad.
Normally barbarians have low AC, but you gave us the good stat block, so I was able to put high dex.
Yo, that AC did not help me for shit.
Yeah, I mean, well,
That's
that's
all I'm gonna say.
that's
yeah,
what happens.
don't help you if you're
Well,
puking.
AC, that's why we get wizards who say fuck your AC. Wisdom save, Lamau.
True.
That's what I'm saying. It don't matter, bro.
But imagine this, right? You get mind controlled, right? And as opposed to the other 2 times where you just start hitting everyone, and this party, you're like, hey, I have a high AC, and the rest of the party Giga Chads up to you. Yeah, same.
Let's see. Can't point that out too often. You people are great. You seem to have your heart in the right place, and you share that in a creative and touching way.
Oh,
Well, thank you, Rookie. That's incredibly kind of you.
that's so sweet.
Oh.
Well,
Hey, Pim, what court do you belong to?
Pim belongs to the Summer Court and serves Queen Titania.
let's go. I like it because my name.
Yo.
Let's go.
Yes, Queen.
Yes, Queen.
Also, as like
Why
I
are we
rarely
just queening?
summer court.
The Summer Court, yep.
I was like, hee, I like his name. But as somebody who doesn't really play martial classes too often, I normally like do casters or clerics or something like that. Holy fuck, does it feel good to roll like 16 damage every time I hit. Oh my
Brother.
god.
Just standing in the middle of like 5
It
dudes
feels
wailing
good
on
to
him.
just stand there, get hit, feel
So-
nothing, and hit hard. Holy
So
shit.
this is what
It
a
is
tank feels
nice.
like.
Oh, it
See,
feels
I'm on the
good.
other end of that. I'm like, damn, look at these combo stuff I can do. Like fucking unsettling words and fucking anything that makes them roll a wisdom save. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
They were feeling what I was feeling.
Momo's gonna learn the joy of casters this day.
True. Finally. Finally.
Maybe
Magic.
it
Bard
just
might
took
be
a
the
bard.
caster they like.
Yeah, maybe it just took bard for me to enjoy casters. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, it wasn't sorcerer.
I want to
Yeah,
hear Momo
sorcerer.
sing. That's
You
why we
will.
say for
I
Momo Bard.
already have. Let me look. I think I have. And me do it for you.
For you?
Shut
That better be one of the
The
songs.
fuck
have
up.
Better be one of the
three-
songs.
I have 3 songs already prepared.
I will take away your instruments.
You can.
I do it for you, DM.
Breaking the banjo
I
over his
have
knee.
3 of my songs prepared and my ukulele tuned.
Oh. I'm gonna fucking cry. Listen, you'll hear me cry next week.
Very good, very good, very good. Last question. Oh, I guess last statement. It took me 4 months, but I was finally able to catch a D&D stream. Well, thank you, Keto. Hopefully you enjoyed. As such, she just keeps singing it. She just keeps doing it, Ruffian.
for you.
That's all they were doing while I was setting up was just that. It was just over and over.
The whole time since we were supposed to start to when we actually did start, me and Momo were just going, But didn't I do it for you? Didn't I do it for you?
I want to thank you guys so much for playing, and all of you in chat watching.
Strangling Momo. I want to thank you guys.
Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye?
Before the DM kills us quickly.
We did it for you, my
Chat. Chat, please.
Say goodbye.
Chat, help us. Chat.
Chat.
Goodbye. Goodbye, chat. I really love you. Get the fuck out of here.
Chat.
Oh my god, she actually left. Physically left the building.
I'll be
For
back.
you.
Degenerates, the lot of them. Hey guys, thanks for hanging out. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting episode 1 of Tales of Sunfall. Your support, your being here, your chatting, your lurking, all of that allows me to do the thing that I enjoy, which is this: Dungeons and Dragons with my friends. So thank you guys so much. We will be meeting up tomorrow for Map Making Monday. If you would like to see the process that I go through for making all of the maps here that we use on stream, I stream them. I do all of my map creations. So if you're interested, hop on by tomorrow. As such, CTF and TOS are both planned to continue this week. So if you're interested in more D&D, tune in this Friday and this Sunday. I want to thank all the new followers who came over from summer, who came over because they saw us in the D&D tab. Thank you guys so much, and welcome. Hello. If this is your first time here, I'm the Crown DM. I am a 5th edition Dungeon Master who makes games here in my homebrew world, the world of Aetus. If you would like to see me world build or map make or anything like that, feel free to tune in to the other streams that we do and join the community Discord. It is full of other people who love TTRPGs, D&D, and the like, and talk about it just about every day. That's it for me. I want to thank you guys so much again. No, Summer! Summer, no! Summer, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. That is insanely generous of you. Thank you. You don't have to do that, though. You guys just being here is more than enough. So I appreciate every single one of you. Ooh, thank you, mods, for giving the shout out. That's it. Join the Discord. Follow the Twitter. Subscribe to the YouTube. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope that you all take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat. Actually, wait, fuck it. Hold on. We're going to raid somebody. We're going to raid another D&D'er. Who's doing D&D stuff right now? I need suggestions. Who are we raiding? Are there any homies online? Ooh, are these? Let's see. Mute my tab real quick. Ooh, they've only been going for about 30 minutes. These people are using Tailspire, which is a sick 3D sort of VTT. So if you're interested in that, let's go ahead and let's raid Table Top Notch. They look like they have a very sick setup right now. So we're going to go over there and raid them. That looks like a lot of fun. So, again, thank you guys so much. Do you have a playlist of music and songs that you use? I don't have one listed, but I'll get one listed for the Discord, Duke. let's go ahead and let's raid. Raid message. We pass the crown to you. How about that? All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's raid. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope that you all take care. Remember, when you go over there, make sure to refresh your stream. Twitch does a really weird thing about raids, so we wanna prop up other creators. So this is how we do it. So thank you guys so much. I love you guys. Until next time, take care.